A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
He took Kofi and Laura and moved back to the bungalow in town, leaving only a note behind. It all happened because of a recording she had made of a conversation between Mr. Race and Mrs. Adams, in which it sounded as if Mr. Race was trying to get rid of Jane. This episode is in two scenes, the farm and then to the bungalow. But first to the farm. Marge and Betty have just come home from work. Listen.
Well, this is funny. The front door's locked.
Locked? It can't be.
But it is.
Jane! I've got a key.
Oh, I have too, but it's not like Jane to lock up the place. I mean, somebody has to be here.
Jane! Let me unlock it, Marge.
There's something going on here. We're not early, are we? It's almost 6.
We're no earlier than usual. And Jane!
Nobody here. Laura!
The place is deserted.
How did you get back here on the farm?
Laura? Anybody home? Sophie must be on the place somewhere. I'll call from the back door.
How'd you do that? I don't know what's going on here. No dinner? Is there any dinner in there, Betty?
Nothing in here, not a sign of anything or anybody. Cokie!
See anything of them out there?
I can't see anybody. Cokie!
Oh, there's a note.
Cokie!
What's this? Goodbye. Don't forget to play the Victrola. Sincerely yours, Jane Sherwood. Well, what on it? Betty!
What?
Come here quick.
What is it? What's the matter, Marge? What's happened?
I don't know. I just found this note here on the table. Look.
Is it from Aunt Jane?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Read it.
Goodbye. Don't forget to play the Victrola. Sincerely yours, Jane Sherwood.
Jane Sherwood?
What if she signed her maiden name?
Why are you asking questions? What's that about playing the Victrola?
I don't know. What does she mean? Don't forget to play the
Well,
Victrola.
I'm going to find out. That uncle of yours had to pick tonight to stay in town for dinner. The Victrola, that's in the radio, isn't it?
Yes, the way she wants to play the Victrola.
Well, here we are. Now, let's see what's going on here. Oh, there's a record on here.
What's the record of?
I don't know. There's no label on it.
Well, let's play it and see.
You try to stop me. I'll find out what this is all about. Oh, there's a needle in this already. She's probably been playing something and got an idea.
And that, my dear Mrs. Adams, is the whole story.
It's Uncle Oboler.
I see, and the name of it is Bill White.
Exactly.
Who's she? Mrs. Adams, the woman who wants to buy the phone.
Why didn't you tell me about her before?
Well, I thought I could get away with it without your ever finding out.
I get it, Marge. It must have been a dictaphone.
No, but how could she...
Well, now what do we do?
Well, I don't know. I'm just relying on your understanding and sympathy.
Oh, I understand and I sympathize with you, too, but you must look at it from my viewpoint. It places me in a bad way.
I can see it does.
It placed Jane in a terrible spot. I'm beginning to piece things together here.
Well, my solution is for the two of us to go out there and face her together. And since you've warned me about her, I'll be on my guard. And I can promise you that nothing she says will make any difference.
Oh, no, I couldn't take you out there while she's there. I promised I wouldn't.
She promised Mr. Matthews wouldn't.
Betty, I want to hear this.
Well, what do you suggest?
I suggest just waiting if you'll be so kind.
I refuse to wait any longer. Isn't there some way of getting rid of her?
Get rid of her.
Imagine Jane's face as he heard that.
Poor Aunt Jane.
Well, I've thought of every way.
Coming from him, that must have floored
I laid
Jane.
awake night trying to think of a way. I've even asked help of Marge, the young lady who lives with us out there. She tried her best.
No, you would drag me into it.
Can't you picture Aunt Jane saying, my best
And
friend?
you mean to say you couldn't get her out of the way?
I couldn't drive her off the place.
No, I don't suppose you could turn her out of her own home.
Doesn't it sound as if they're plotting to poison Jane or something?
Oh, it's a problem.
But it's not a difficult problem. At least it shouldn't be. It's only a matter of getting rid of your wife.
Only.
Betty, I've got an idea.
Wait a minute, Marge. I want to hear this.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to explain it to Montgomery. After all, he's getting just as provoked about this as I am. More so.
Well, you can explain it to him, can't you?
I'd rather not. Suppose you do it.
Well, if you want me to.
Let's make it tonight. At dinner.
Oh, dinner? Well, I don't know. I'm supposed to go home for dinner.
Well, you'll have to stay in town.
Well, okay, I guess.
Is she having dinner with her tonight, Betty?
But hush.
Yes, I'll be running then. See you tonight. Shall we say at 7?
Yes, that'll be all right.
7. It's 6 now.
I'll have to call up.
Well, that'll be enough of this, Betty.
Oh, Marge, I want to hear
There's
it.
nothing else to hear. He called up and said he wouldn't be home for dinner. Now, I've got a great plan.
What is it?
Jane's gone. Somehow or other she's got a recording there of the conversation between Ace and Mrs. Adams.
Yes?
She put 2 and 2 together and in her own peculiar way got the wrong answer.
Well, you can't blame them listening to that record and not knowing that it's the farm they're talking about.
Exactly. And now that she's not here, isn't this a swell chance for Ace to show the farm to Mrs. Loser?
No, it's marvelous.
Of course it is. Now, what hotel does she live at?
Oh, you wouldn't be there yet. She's not going to go there until 7.
So the less the better. Let me have that phone.
But where are you supposed to go there?
One way at a time, better. If she wants you to stay closer to the customer bar there, too. I'll tell her, give me East 44. Yes, I hope he's still there.
He is. I left him there. He's writing some letters.
This is 496 Party J.
I told Mrs. Adams will come out this late in the day.
I feel very likely. Stage lights will have Hello? Is that you, Ace? This is Marge. Now listen. Betty and I just got home and Jane is gone. Oh, well, never mind where. The fact is she's not here. And it looks as if she won't be here the rest of this evening. Now, wouldn't this be a good time to bring Mrs. Adams out here to see the farm? Yes. Exactly. I knew you'd see it my way. Oh, I'm sure she won't be back. Oh, no, I'll explain it to you later. You hurry over to the hotel and bring Mrs. Adams out. Now, let's have them.
Mrs. Ace, you can't appear sick. Do you still think you ought to wait for Kofi to get home before I serve dinner?
Oh, yes, I have to wait for him, Laura.
But it's getting so late and you haven't eaten very much today.
Well, I just couldn't stand to sit down to dinner by myself. Not here. I was just sitting here thinking how happy I used to be here. B.C.
B.C.?
Yes, before Mrs. Adams came into my life and spoiled everything.
That's B.A., you mean?
No, before Mrs. Adams came into my life. That's B.C.
Oh, well, yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's a great life if you don't wake 'em. I was just sitting here trying to figure it out, Laura. I can't understand why you do a thing like this to me. After all these years and 8 months. After all, I'm not like like a pair of stockings that have a run in them that you can throw away. Am I?
But you got a run in you, ma'am. I mean, the way you ran away from home today.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes, ma'am. It's kind of funny at that.
Yes, it is. But you'll have to excuse me if I don't laugh, Laura. I just don't feel like it these days.
But, ma'am, you can't just sit around looking glum the rest of your life. You can't just let one man ruin your whole life.
You did.
Well, I certainly wouldn't let a man do that to my life.
Oh, well, you're not married. You should talk.
Well, I had a crush once.
What happened?
He got married.
He did? Did you know the other woman?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Joan Crawford. Everybody knows her.
Joan Crawford?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, that must be cooking now. Now we can have dinner.
I wonder why he's been so late.
Where have you been so late?
Hello, Laura. My mother in?
Yes, we've been waiting for you to come home.
Where is she?
She's in the living room. Where was you? Where is it, Cookie?
Oh, hello, Mother. Gee, I got here as fast as I could.
Oh, where have you been? Have you been running?
Yeah, most of the way.
Oh, what's the matter? Well, look after you, shaking like a thief. What happened?
It's Uncle Ace.
Uncle, Kobe, I told you his name was Tattoo around here.
I know, but I can't help it. I just saw him.
Where?
Coming out of his office. I trailed him.
Trailed him?
I declare.
What do you mean you trailed him?
I trailed him. I waited downstairs from his office, and I saw him come out. And he walked over to the tunnel. And I waited downstairs. And pretty soon he came out with her.
With Mrs. Adams?
Yeah, I guess so.
Just like it said on the record. 11 o'clock.
Yeah, but I couldn't believe that record. I couldn't believe that about Uncle Ace unless I saw it with my own eyes.
Well, you saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did he see you, Cookie?
Oh, no. I know how to trail a party without them seeing me. They look over in my direction, I light a cigarette. Kind of hides my face. That's it.
Kobe, when did you start smoking?
Oh, I don't smoke it. I just light it. And then when they're not looking, I throw it away.
Well, where did they go when they came out of the
I
hotel?
walked down the street and got into your car and drove away.
Where?
I don't know. I commandeered a taxi and started to trail him, but the guy wanted me to pay in advance, and I didn't have any money. It takes money to get anywhere in this world.
Well, that settles it. That's the last straw. First that record, now this.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that record. But this is off the record. I certainly believe this. Too bad, Mother.
Too bad. Huh, what do I care? We're only young once in a while, and if you think I'm going to let any man ruin my life, you're sad and mistaken.
That's the way to talk, ma'am.
I'll say the words. He's not going to be the fly in my oatmeal. I'll show him what's fair for one is soft for two. And if he thinks, what was it?
Oh, boy.
What?
Oh, boy.
Good, huh?
Uncle Ace can sure pick 'em.
Oh, I suppose you'd like her for a mother instead of me.
Son?
Oh, you too, huh?
Oh, no, Mother. I didn't mean it like that. You know how I feel about you.
Well, but you're taking up for him now.
No, I'm not.
Well, it sure sounds like it to me.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I should hope you couldn't, comparing Mrs. Ace to that woman. What
what has Mrs. Adams got that she hasn't got? What? I say, what has Mrs. Adams got that you haven't got, Nan?
My husband. Oh, yes, you.
Well, Mr. Race goes deeper and deeper into the mire of Jane's destination, but he gets closer and closer to selling the farm as we learn when next we meet the
Oboler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night. 3 short plays of the ways of men, past, present, and future. First, the past. The time, one of our yesterdays. The place, the main square of the village. It had once been a tree-circled gathering point for the women and old men to sun themselves. On its clean pavements, the children had played. But now the trees stand charred and broken. Blocks of jagged masonry lie piled in empty disorder. There is no village, only hovels clustering on the edge of great shell-blasted craters. One thing alone rises complete, shining new in the early morning sun, a crudely fashioned statue of a man. And before this statue stand a small boy and a bent old man. The boy speaks.
But were there so many people before the trouble, Grandfather?
People? Yes, yes. Hundreds and hundreds of people. The square here would be filled with them of a sunny day. The old ones sitting, the young ones strolling, the children playing. Hundreds, I tell you. Hundreds.
And were there many boys like me in the village then?
Aye, that there were. Playing their games, marching around and around to the music of the band.
Band?
Aye, band. Before the trouble. The band that played and told our men they had to fight.
Fight whom, Grandfather?
Our enemies, of course. Kill or be killed, the poster said. March on the enemy for the glory of the eternal state. Oh, yes, that's what the poster said. All over the town. It's as if I hear them now. The band playing here in the square. The women talking war talk. The men seizing their guns. Aye, guns. All but one. Jan Pero. And him they hated. Hated.
Orderly! Orderly!
Yes, Commandant.
That confounded band. Shut the window.
Yes, Commandant.
Now then, young men, we will settle your case.
I am waiting, Your Excellency.
Speak only when I tell you to.
As you say, Your Excellency.
Your name?
Jan Pero.
Occupation?
I am a farmer. My land is just beyond the furthest hill.
Family?
Wife and child.
According to this report, you have refused to join the armies of the state. Is that true?
I have never denied it.
Then what they say is true. You are afraid to die.
Give me a reason to die.
Reason? Are you such a fool that you have not understood what even the children in the streets are saying? That even now our enemies prepare to crush us?
That is what they say.
Enemies! They must strike them down. We must attack for the glory of our homes and wives and children.
It's such an old tune.
Eh?
My father and his father before him done started life to it.
But our enemies prepare. They hate us. Men, women, and children.
But why do our enemies hate us?
Because...
I'll tell you. Because of that great victory won in my father's time. And in that victory were sown the seeds of this new war you ask me to die in. Oh, don't you understand?
Silence. Orderly.
Where, Commandant?
The Burgomaster. Send him in. Run, Commandant.
Your Excellency, I know I'm only a farmer.
No,
but
I won't listen to you, young Perro. I know your sort. Talk, until a man's head spins in the middle like a top. Burgermeister, Your Excellency. Come in, Burgermeister. Come in.
Yes, Your Excellency. Whatever I can do for you.
You can do nothing for me. Here is your young Perro. See that he listens to reason. I give you 2 minutes.
Well, Jan.
Burgermeister.
Oh, you won't disgrace us, Jan.
Why won't you listen to me? If we fight, there will be no victory.
Oh, we'll win a glorious victory.
I say win or lose, there will be no victory. The hatred fighting breeds does not die with a victory. It lives on in the hearts of the defeated.
Protect your home and loved ones, Jan.
But we have not been attacked. No, Burgermeister. Protect my son and my son's sons from dying. That's what I'll do. I will not fight. I will not fight. I will not fight.
Oh, Jan.
Do not weep, little wife.
But I heard.
What you heard were only words the Commandant squeezed to frighten me. I spoke only truth, my wife. He knows I did.
Jan, do what they say.
You want me to go to war? Because you cannot stand people's empty words?
Everyone is going, Jan. You must too.
Anna, my silly little one. You don't know what you're saying.
Do what they say, Jan. Do it.
No.
You are afraid. You are.
Anna.
Afraid to fight. To protect your home, your wife, your child. Afraid.
Yes. I am afraid.
Afraid.
But not afraid of what you think, my wife. Not afraid of the quick death of a smashing bullet in my head. No. Not afraid of the slow death, the squirming in the mud of a stinking trench with my blood pouring from me like a burning fire. I tell you, I am not afraid to die in battle, my wife. I am afraid that I might not die.
What?
I'm afraid that I'd live through this war and come back and see the years go by and watch the next war brewing. Watch my son fed with the lies they're trying to feed me. Watch the new hates growing in those other lands. The hates my rifle had helped shoot into their hearts and minds. That's what I'm afraid of, my wife. That's why I will never fight. That's why I'll never...
Jan, they're coming for you.
For me?
Oh, no.
Young fellow.
What?
By order of the Emergency Military Tribunal, you are to be executed on the charge of high treason. That execution to take place at once.
Jan!
Commandant.
Well, young Perro, will you fight for peace and glory?
You mean to shoot me?
In 3 minutes by the clock.
The wall behind me. Wall of my church.
Blindfold the prisoner.
No, wait. I want to see them. The crowd there. Look, they were my friends. You there, Eric. I see you. Why do you call me names? We were in school together. You were my friend. Please understand me. You there, Hans. Remember the long talks we had together of beauty and the brave new life? You, Hans, tell them what I mean when I say that word. No, they will not listen. You see, Commandant. Look at them. My friends. Even the thought of war. And already they are not men of the soil, men of the shops, but things of hate. And that hate will not stop with the terms of peace assigned. It cannot stop.
Your lamps! Sport ready!
moment. Brothers of my village, listen to me. Before those bullets tear me open, listen to me. I have lived with you, worked with you, all the years of my life. And if my life is ending now, here among you, that is good. Better my blood soak into this, my native soil, than in another land. My blood that flows here, ends here. But yours will flow like a great river of hate, joining the hate of our fathers and our enemies, until it is a great sea, washing over all the world, blotting us out like a flood. Do not give your blood to that sea of hate, my countrymen. Do not fight, and there will be no war. Fight, and there will be no peace. For in the peace you dictate will be our children's war. And when that new war comes, it will rain from the sky, a great green choking cloud. It will blot out the village. All men will grovel in burrows beneath the ground, with their women like hunted things. The great city, the men will crash. Wolves will howl among the broken things we call our glory. Violence breeds violence, my brothers. There can be no peace, no war. There can be no peace, no war. There can...
And so he died, Jan Pero, many years ago. Died against a church wall that was dust long before the day of trouble. The day when all that he said came true, and the world went up in flames of hate.
But the statue, Grandfather.
This statue? Oh, yes. Frederick the Blind and I, we were the only men left in all the village. We made it with our own hands. Look close and read the words, my son. Read.
It says, to the memory of Jan Pero, the bravest man in all the village.
Now the second in our short plays of the ways of men. A story of the present. The scene aboard the U.S. destroyer Liberty, somewhere in the Mediterranean. It is dusk. The usual disciplined calm of the battleship has been broken for the past half hour by a minor tragedy of the sea. In the heavy fog, a small fishing skiff had been cut down by the lunging prow of the destroyer. At the moment, the senior officer is making his report to the commandant.
No doubt, sir, from the testimony of the men on deck, that not only was the skiff operating without a foghorn, but she didn't have a light on it either, fore nor aft.
That's all very well, Lieutenant. But what I want to know is, how about the boy?
Oh, he's all right, sir. Not a thing wrong with him. Raising the devil good and proper, that he is, sir.
Eh? What do you mean?
Well, sir, it's a boat he wants.
A boat?
Aye, sir, a boat. The minute he hit the deck, he began yelling for a boat in place of the one we ran down.
Put him below deck until morning.
Oh, but that won't help, sir. It's the baby that's got us worried.
Baby?
Aye, sir, baby, sir. The one the lad brought with him. 10 or 12 months old is how I rate it.
Lieutenant, perhaps you're not aware that I saw the boy brought over the side. He was alone.
Aye, sir, alone, but all the time he had this kid. I mean, this baby, wrapped up snug under his coat. Didn't know it was there, we didn't. Until all at once he takes it out and starts dressing it in the dry stuff we gave him.
Well, I'll be...
Aye, sir.
Whose baby is it? Who's the boy? What was he doing out here in the fog in a small boat without running lights?
Well, that's just it, sir. He won't tell us.
Eh?
Just keeps yelling for a boat right away, quick. Kid under one arm and waving his fist, yelling to see the captain. It's one hell of a mess, sir. There, sir. Do you hear them?
Send him in.
Aye, sir. You boy. The commander will see you. In here. In here. This is him, sir. I mean, them, sir.
Very good, Lieutenant.
Aye, sir.
Come closer, boy. Wait Can't you do something about that child?
You are the captain, senor?
Commander Robert. Now that baby, can't you do something about him? Huh?
Quiet, little flower. This is the captain. He will help us. Quiet, little sister.
Well, she certainly listens to you.
As you will listen to me, Captain. A boat. You will give me a boat. I must have a boat quickly. Do not stand there.
All right, boy. It's about enough of that. You'll be taken care of.
You mean that, senor?
Certainly.
Then you will give me a boat now?
Boy, try and understand. This is a government ship. I am sure proper compensation will be made for your loss.
The words, senor. All of them I do not understand. This I know. A boat. Give me a boat, senor. There is no time. We must go.
Stop that. Did you hear me? I said you'd be taken care of, you and your sister. We'll get you back where you belong. Is that clear?
A hole in the ground.
Eh?
A hole in the ground is good enough for me, senor. But my sister, I do not think even you would want that for her.
What are you talking about?
You said you will take us back where we came from.
Well?
The bombs made great holes, senor.
Where are you from?
Aquila.
Oh.
My sister asked you to. You will give us another boat, senor?
Your family?
I told you, senor, I told you. Hole in the ground.
I'm sorry. Aquila. It's 200 miles from the sea. Battle area. Boy, how did you manage to... You don't mind answering a few questions, do you?
Questions? Questions, senor? You ask me? No. I have questions I have wanted to ask for many days. You have gray hair. You are old. They always tell me the old are wise. So now you tell me, senor.
What?
Senor, why did they die?
Oh. Well, it's a war, boy. Difference of ideas. Someday you'll understand.
Understand, senor? What is there to understand? Pepe understood to milk the cow. Jimenez understood how to make baskets to sell in the marketplace. Teresa, she understands how to beat the clothes white on the stones of the river. Juana, how to take care of her 5 children. But war, senor. It was so good in our village. The sun so bright, the air so clear. What had we to do with war? Make me understand, senor. Why are they all dead?
Well, Civil War, as I said, difference of ideas. How can I explain?
My papa told to me many things. He talked to me of a world where men think free and talk free, where everyone has his own land, not too much, and men are like brothers. Is this why my papa is dead, senor? Is this why bombs drop from the sky?
Boy, listen to me.
No, senor. You do not know. You are not wise. No one who is old is wise. I must go. Hey, boat, senor, give me my boat.
Boy.
Listen to us, senor. Our village was full of such laughter. Where is it now? Only Maruja and me. But her I take away to some place where there is nobody old and wise to drop bombs on her.
So that's where you were sailing.
See. We came so far until I found the boat. Then the sea. We were so happy. All at once your ship, so fast, I could not get us out of the way. She is so little, senor. So pretty. When she is afraid, she never cry. Just look at me like she say, brother, you take good care of me. And I will take it. I will. Give me a boat, senor. Give me a boat.
All right, boy. It'll be all right.
Senor?
This is your boat.
Mine?
I'll take you to a place where God willing, you and your sister will be safe.
You know such a place, senor?
Yes. We're not so old there. We haven't forgotten that liberty is not a gift, but a victory.
Look, senor. She has gone to sleep, my sister. It was because now she knows I can take care of her.
Take her outside, boy. The lieutenant will give you a place to sleep.
Gracias, senor. You are good. I thought there was no one left who was good. Gracias, senor.
Sleep well, boy.
Radio. Make the following addition to message sent to flagship. Quote, in Reese skiff run down in fog. There were 2 survivors, a boy and a baby. We are proceeding on course. We are taking children home.
And now the third play. The time, 20,000 years from tomorrow.
Excuse me, please. I know it isn't polite. I can't help it. It's the funniest thing. Wait till you hear it. Absolutely the funniest thing. Yes, I'll tell you. A hoax. He tried to play a hoax on me, telling me it was an authentic record of their times and expecting me. Me to believe. No. Wait a moment. I'll start from the beginning. Really, I will. And then you'll laugh with me. I know you will. Well, it started like this. An old man comes to my study a little while ago, a package under his arm, and he tells me he's a student of the past. Past master of the humbug, that's what he meant. Wait until you hear it. So he has this package under his arm, and he says to me breathlessly,
Kind sir, I brought you the most wonderful relic of the past the modern world has ever known.
Really? I said, what are you talking about, and who are you? He answers,
A lonely traveler, one who wanders in far-off places.
Far-off places. And that's what he told me. And so I said, and is this that you are bringing me from one of these far-off places? He nods his head like a strutting rooster. He says,
Yes, indeed. You are the greatest living scholar of the history of the old world. So it is fitting that I bring this to you.
Indeed, I said. And what have you got, and where did you find it? He says,
I was walking through the mountains beneath which the great city once stood.
Well, I said, well, he said,
As you know, thousands of years ago, there was another civilization that reached great heights.
Yes, I know. I said, certainly you're not going to teach me history, my ancient friend. He said,
Oh, no, indeed. I only meant to say what I found high in the mountain. It is a written record of that civilization, the first written record ever to be found.
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I just looked at him. I said, have you gone out of your head with age, old man? I just looked at him. I said, have you gone out of your head with age, old man? Nothing is left of that prehistoric time. First the sea covered them when the dark planet swung close, and then the molten rock thrust up. It is only our theory that men had a civilization here before us. For answer, he tore the paper off the package. He said,
Look, these papers. Reality, I tell you. High in the mountains inside a piece of alabaster that must have protected it from the ravages of time. Miraculously spewed up from the earth when the mountains rose up through the land. Look, sir, and read. A record of their times. A record of the ways of men 20,000 years before our civilization came into being.
Yes, he said that. And I took the book, took it in my hand, and read. For a moment, I almost believed the fraud. Strange formations of letters and strange words and meanings, but clear enough to me. Clear enough. The cleverest fraud a faker ever tried to perpetrate. Now, wait. Let me tell you what was in that historical book he tried to tell me that he'd found, the old humbug. Listen to this. First, the book said... Wait until you hear this. First, the book said that the men of that past civilization fought about the land. You don't understand what I mean? I mean the world. They fought each other, maimed each other, bled each other over who owned what pieces of the world. Did you ever hear such nonsense? They knew how large the world was, and they knew how many men were in it. But instead of dividing it up fairly, or all owning together as one, they fought each other. Yes, bloody wars for years and years. Did you ever hear such humbug history? And that isn't all. The book said that they fought each other over race. Yes, race. And the book says the word means the difference between men. And then the book said that all men had the same origin. And yet... they killed each other over a difference they admitted didn't even exist. Oh, what a fraud, that book. And a man walked that world for a little while who said, "For the glory of God, peace on earth." And he spoke truth. And men listened and said, "We believe." And then went out to murder with bright music playing. Music, I tell you. And then a little man arose who said, "For the glory of the state, war on earth." And he spoke lies. And men knew they were lies, and he knew they knew. But again they went out to murder with the music playing. And here's the funniest. Other men saw what was happening. And they said, "Let them kill. It is not to our interest." And the flame of murder came closer. And still they said, "It is not our interest." As if the house were afire, and they said, "We will not use water until we ourselves are burning." And here's the climax. The preposterous book said that these crazy people who filled the earth in those days had machines. Machines with which to fly through the air. Yes, really, through the air. But imagine the wonder if it were true. Speeding through the air like the birds' great glistening machines to carry men to new wonders. Guess what the front of the book said they did with them? I can hold your sides when you hear this. They loaded them up with horrible tearing things and flew up over the crowded places and dropped them. Yes, believe me. The humbug history tried to make me believe that was the truth. They struggled for centuries. Men studied, toiled, rivers of heartache, said the book, trying to make a healthier world for their children to live in. And then they threw poisoned clouds down from the sky and killed them off in tens of thousands. Killed the children. Isn't it all a joke?
These three plays of the ways of men were written especially for radio by Arch Oboler. The first play, Memoriam, featured Bill Johnstone. The second play, Soul Survivors, Jack Kelk and Ray Collins. And the last play, Humbug, featured Raymond Edward Johnson. Next week, we bring you Mr. Important, a sentimental fantasy with Mr. Martin Gable. Arch Oboler's Plays. bring you a story whispered in the night. Oboler's plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Good evening. I'm glad to see you set your clock again, for me. I brought you another story. It was told to me by a friend of mine, a watchmaker by trade. We were tinkering around together, so to speak, when he decided to pass the time of day with a little yarn. Passing the time of day is something you can always get me to do, and if I may say so, I do it rather well. You see, I'm one chap who has lots of time on his hands. Well, according to my friend, the story involves a fellow named Littlefield, a man of some intelligence and ingenuity. He was employed by a broker named Roberts as a personal secretary. Their relationship was extremely cordial.
Oh, what time is it, Littlefield?
It's 10:20, Mr. Roberts.
Sorry to have you work so late like this.
That's quite all right, sir. I don't mind at all.
Well, I guess we're just about cleaned up.
Yes, I think so. I'll get it. Mr. Roberts' office.
John?
Yes. It's for me, Mr. Roberts.
For you all.
John.
What is it, Louise?
What's the big idea?
Beg your pardon?
Don't beg my pardon. What's the big idea? It's almost 10:30. Why aren't you at home?
Well, I worked late tonight in the office.
Well, why didn't you call me?
I forgot.
You didn't forget. You did that on purpose. You knew I'd worry.
Louise, I'm still working.
I slaved over a staff half today, and you don't even show up for dinner. What do you think I am, a cow? You can't treat me like that and get away with
Look, we'll discuss it later.
We'll discuss it now. I'm sick and tired.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Roberts.
Your wife?
Yes, it wasn't important.
How long have you worked for me, John?
15 years, sir.
That's a long time.
Yes.
Somehow it's brought us very close. You know, I feel I can trust you more than anyone else in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
And so I also feel I have the privilege of talking to you like a father. You're in trouble.
No.
I mean, with your wife.
No, not exactly, sir.
She's called the office every day now for a week. And, my boy, I know it's upset you.
Now, look, I assure you, Mr. Roberts...
Come now, we can be frank with each other. I'm a man who understands.
I don't know what you believe that I'm in trouble, sir.
I tell you why. You see, I've met your wife, but I've never met that young blonde woman I saw you dining with the other evening. Oh, now don't look so unhappy. I don't hold it against you.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Roberts.
A mild flirtation never hurt a man. However, those things can go too far. And I'd hate to see a friend of mine and a trusted employee break up his marriage because of a silly and unimportant episode.
Yes, you're quite right, sir.
Having never been married myself, with no family of my own, perhaps I feel there's something I've missed.
I understand.
Oh, do you really?
Yes.
Good. I trust you'll think it over for your own sake. Very, very carefully.
Yes, I will, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, so much for the fatherly pep talks. Now, if you'll just put this envelope into the office safe, you can go home to your wife. With my apologies for keeping you.
Very well, sir.
Put it in the safe, Littlefield. You know that envelope contains $1,500 in cash, the Dawson account. I'm depositing it to his name in the morning. Yeah, my boy, what's the matter?
Sir?
You keep staring at the safe dial. Now, don't tell me you've forgotten the combination after all these years.
No, sir. I was just thinking of something.
Your wife?
Yes, my wife.
Ah, then you've made up your mind.
I think so, Mr. Roberts. Oh. Yes, sir. Definitely made up my mind. Hello, Gloria.
Hi, sugar.
I'm sorry, Gloria. I'm waiting long?
About half an hour. I ordered a sandwich. You want one?
Oh, no.
I'm not having any dessert. I gotta watch my figure. I'm liable to lose my man if I lose my figure.
You'll never lose me, beautiful.
Here we go again. Same old malarkey.
What do you mean?
Go on. Tell me how nuts you are about me. Give me that bunk about not being able to live without me.
Bunk?
Sure. Because right after you say it, you go back to your wife.
But Gloria, honey.
I've been doing a lot of thinking, John. There don't seem to be much future in it.
Future? In what?
You.
You don't mean...
How long do we go on this way until I'm old, until you kick off and leave her your insurance?
Is that all you're thinking about? Insurance?
Oh, Harry, look at it my way. For a change, she's got the security. I got the romance, but in the end, she gets the last laugh.
Yes, maybe you're right, Gloria. You do have a right to think of yourself.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
You know Louise won't give me a divorce.
So what am I supposed to do? Take the rap?
No. I'm not taking any raps. Gloria, I've made up my mind. We're going away.
On what?
I'll have money.
Your wife banks every nickel you earn in her name. You don't earn much anyway.
Well, I have another source.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I can get hold of $1,500, Gloria. It's a good start.
Oh, it's a good start. It's even a swell finish.
Well, we'll leave town. We'll never come back. Just you and I.
Well, what about your job?
I'm sick of my job, and I'm sick of that old fool Roberts.
I don't blame you. Stimson only raised you once in the last 5 years. Isn't that what you told me?
That's quite right. You know, he should have been a lecturer, not a broker. He's always given me good advice. I can find myself another stooge. I'm finished.
When do we leave, sugar?
Tonight.
Tonight? When will you get the doll?
Tonight. They say the right man can take 40 years to acquire a superior intelligence, and the wrong woman can make a fool of him in 40 minutes. John Littlefield was no exception to this rule. He had the key to the office, and he had the combination of the safe. The rest was easy, or so he thought. 4 versus 12, back to 1. No notes. $1,550 bills. What?
John! What are you doing here?
I just returned it.
You opened the safe. That money, you wanted to steal it.
Get out of my way, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, John, you fool. Did you really think you could get away with this? Don't you know how obvious it would have been?
Why'd you have to come back?
I'd forgotten something. Sorry, now I did. I would have preferred to get away with it, John, than to catch you red-handed.
Get out of the way. Put that phone down.
John!
Put it down. You...
Come on, let go of me. Let go, you idiot. Let go.
All right, get quiet. I don't want to hit you, but I will if you open your mouth. Go on, get up, I say. Mr. Roberts, get... Mr. Roberts? What's the matter with you? Wait. Mr. Roberts, wake up. Mr... He's dead.
Who are you?
Hello, Luther. Don't you remember me?
Well, what do you know? John Littlefield. The boy most likely to succeed. Come in. If you are the last man in the world I have expected to see, John Littlefield.
Yes, it's been quite a few years.
I'll say it has. Say, how did you know where I lived?
Well, I saw your address in the papers when your case came out in the court.
Oh, that. They took away my license to practice, but who cares? I still know more about surgery than the whole stupid lot of them put together.
Well, apparently they believe that drunkenness isn't not exactly becoming to a surgeon, particularly when he has a scalpel in his hand.
I never liked medicine anyway. The hours are rotten. How about a drink?
No.
I'll have one.
No.
What?
I need you cold sober, Bixby.
You need me?
How you've been doing since you lost your license?
I get by?
Yeah, but not too well, I can see that. Bixby, you used to have a small private hospital in this place, didn't you?
What about it?
Do you still have enough equipment to perform an operation?
You forget. I'm not a doctor anymore.
But do you have the equipment to do it? Just tell me.
Oh, yes, all here. I'm getting rid of some of this.
You need money, eh?
None of your business.
Yeah, but how'd you like to make $1,500, Luther?
What?
$1,500 in cash. Cold cash. I have it with me.
What do I have to do?
Pretty much just perform a little operation on me.
But I told you, I'm not allowed to practice.
That's why I'm here. I don't want anybody to know about this operation, but you.
Sit down.
Thanks.
What kind of an operation do you want me to perform?
You were quite well known for your technique in plastic surgery.
What about it?
I think you could change my face. You know, everything about me so that even my own wife wouldn't recognize me.
You crazy little fish.
Just answer my question, yes or no. I haven't got any time to argue.
Could be married.
Good. Well, can you graft skin out of my fingertips?
The full fingerprint expert?
Maybe.
I could do that.
You're quite sure, Bixby? You're quite sure you can change me completely?
Well, it would require a lot of work. I could cut the facial nerves and change the muscular appearance of your cheeks. If I extracted all your teeth and put in a couple of bridges, your mouth would be different.
Yeah, well, what else?
I could change the shape of your nose, give you a scar across one eyebrow.
Very good.
I would even change the expression of your eyes. Your hair could be dyed gray. I might give you a permanent bald spot on your head.
Yeah, good. That sounds perfect.
Yeah. I could change you, Littlefield, so you wouldn't even recognize yourself.
And would you do all this without asking any questions?
For $1,500?
Yeah, $1,500.
You'd be taking a chance. I have to work without a nurse.
I don't care. I'm used to taking chances.
You must be very anxious to avoid the police.
I said without asking any questions, Bixby. Tell me, is it a deal or isn't it?
We'll operate. Tonight.
Time, like everything else, is relative, according to our thoughts and surroundings. To a man who is happy in his work, it has wings. To a fugitive from justice, it barely moves. And 3 weeks of convalescence have made John Littlefield a very impatient man.
How do you feel, John?
For the love of heaven, when are you going to take these bandages off my face?
Well, let's see if we're ready. I think we are.
Yeah?
Yes, it looks like this is
Let's get them off.
Oh, wait. Let me do it.
Hurry up, I would say.
Mm-hmm. You're going to get quite a surprise, Littlefield.
Am I?
When do you see yourself in the mirror?
Have you done a good job?
I've never done better. I've earned my money, too.
Yeah, all right.
Cooped up in this house with you for 3 weeks without a drink has been quite a trial.
Look, you can drink yourself to death after I leave.
Yes, no doubt I will. Here we are. Now, let's have a look at you.
Well?
Look in this mirror over here.
Hey, Bixby.
How do you like it?
Why, man, you were right. You know, it's even hard for me to recognize myself.
There are only 2 people in this world who will ever know who you are. The patient and his eminent surgeon. Now, I'd like to get paid.
I'm going to pay you, Bixby, but suppose we have a little drink first?
Oh, Dr. Bixby has never been known to refuse.
Okay, let me pour then, huh?
Oh, where'd you find that bottle?
In your closet. I made certain to hide it from you, but the job was done.
You're quite a character, Littlefield.
Yeah. Here we are. Drink up and have it straight.
Well, here's to a great future. For both of us.
Yes, especially for you. Well, Bixby, what are your plans? Do you intend to blackmail me?
Oh, no, not really. That won't be necessary. You see, I expect you to voluntarily make a small donation every now and then, for old lang syne.
Yeah. Well, I hate to disappoint you.
Oh, don't let that bother you. What's the matter with me?
Having a little trouble, Bixby?
My eyes.
Yes, you had a little vial of poison on your shelf over there. I picked it up a few days ago for just this contingency. It was in your drink, Bixby.
No, you'll never get away with this.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, man. When the body of Dr. Bixby, the eminent surgeon, is found, the case will be listed as suicide.
No.
It'll be obvious that you killed yourself because of shame. Well. You said there are only two people in this world who'd ever know who I am, Bixby. You know something? Now there's only one.
Yes, John Littlefield had it all worked out. His timing, so to speak, was perfect. A few minutes later, he dropped his hat and his coat in the river. The coat contained an identification, his own. And from that instant onward, one John Littlefield ceased to exist. And then to make certain he'd be safe for the rest of his life, he made a bold and daring move.
Something I can do for you, mister?
Yes, you can. They told me downstairs that I'd find the chief of detectives here.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, good. Well, I was standing near the waterfront a little while ago, and I saw a man jump in. I'd have gone in after him myself to save him, but I can't swim, you see. There was nobody else around.
Did he go under?
Oh, yes, he did. But there was a top coat he'd taken off just before he jumped. I brought it along. This is it here. And there's a name inside on the pocket. There you are.
John Littlefield.
Yeah, I can describe him for you. He was tall. I'd say about my height. He had dark hair and regular-looking features.
And we've been looking for that guy for weeks.
You have?
Yeah. His boss died less than a month ago.
Oh, fancy that.
A rich old guy named Robert. Heart attack. Then Littlefield disappeared.
Did you say heart attack?
Yep. Found him in his office in the middle of the night. Too much work. The old gent didn't know when to take it easy.
Yeah, but look, why have you been looking for Littlefield?
Well, the old guy didn't have any family. He left Littlefield all his dough. Amounted to almost $500,000. Yeah. Then the lucky dope takes a powder with some dame. His wife told us. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, man.
I guess it got you when you saw him jump. Okay, sit down and take it easy for a while. Go on. I was in there to squad to start grappling for the body.
Wait a minute. Well, you're not going to like this, but, I got to admit it was only a joke.
What?
I didn't see anybody jump at all. I'm John Littlefield.
You don't say.
I was Mr. Robert's secretary. It's true I ran away because I was sick of my wife, but I'm back now. I'm back.
What do you take me for, mister? A cluck?
No, look, you've got to believe me. I gave you that story about seeing somebody jump from the river because I was...
Because you what?
Well,
I got a picture of Littlefield right here in this drawer. Yeah, we got it from his wife. Now, just take a look, Sonny. Take a good look.
Yeah, well...
If you and this picture got anything in common, I'll eat it. Envelope and all.
But look, sir, you don't understand.
I understand enough to slap you in jail for fraud. I got half a mind to do it. You must be crazy to think you get away with something like this. Now get out of here, you cheap chiseler, before I really get started.
All right. Look, you don't believe me, but I'll prove who I am. I'm going to prove it if it's the last thing I do. Gloria.
Who are you?
I'm John, Gloria, John Littlefield.
You're crazy.
Look at me, Gloria. Look very closely. Don't you see? Can't you recognize me?
I've never seen you before in my life. Get out.
But you don't understand. Look, I know. I've changed my face. I look different, but I'm still John Littlefield. Gloria, you've got to believe me. My voice. Listen to my voice. Can't you?
Get out before I call the cops, you lunatic. Get out!
Time has a way of meting out justice, hasn't it? Listen, as the clock ticks on for John Littlefield.
Louise.
What are you doing in my apartment?
I'm your husband, Louise. I'm John Littlefield.
Keep away from me.
Surely you can identify me. Listen, you're my own wife. I know. I changed my face, but it doesn't change my identity. Louise, you got to see that, don't
I
you?
never saw you before in my life. You're not my husband. My husband is dead.
No, he's not dead. They only think I'm dead. How did I get the key to the apartment? You know what? I have it with me all the time. It's my key, that's why. And I'm your husband. Look, Louise, for heaven's sake, you've got to believe me.
You're crazy.
Look, listen to me very carefully. Now, if I can identify myself, we'll have $500,000. Robert's left it to me, Louise. To me, $500,000. It's enough to live like kings for the rest of our lives.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yes, I recognize you now. Of course, John. I know you.
No. Look, you're only saying that because you're afraid. You don't really believe me at all.
Look, just let me go.
Don't come near the phone.
Please, mister. I never did anything to you. Leave me alone. I haven't got any money. Take whatever you want and leave me alone, please.
Should have known. Bixby did a good job, all right. If I can't convince you, who can I convince? Look, you remember me, Detective Henderson? Do you remember me?
Why, sure. You're the guy who said he was Littlefield.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I also said I could prove it to you, and I can. I can identify myself.
Oh, now that's very interesting.
Yes, I can, yeah.
Well, matter of fact, we've been looking for you, mister.
You have?
Tell me about this identification you've got.
Yeah, well, in the excitement, you see, I forgot I even had it. But funny thing, it was on my finger all the time.
What?
The ring, this onyx ring, you see it? I was a fool not to think about it before.
Let me see that.
There's an inscription in a band.
Yeah?
See, it's John Littlefield from Ralph Roberts. Mr. Roberts gave it me years ago. He's very fond of me. That's why he left me his money, because I was very faithful to him. He liked me like a son. He wanted to repay me. Now, look at the ring, see?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, doesn't it convince you?
Sure. A lot of things. Come on.
What do you mean? Where are we going?
To the city morgue. There's something I'm going to show you. Over here, mister. And pick up that sheet.
No, I don't.
Go on. Pick it up. He's been dead for 3 weeks. The coroner figured he was slugged and pushed into the river just about the time you told me you saw him fall in.
Oh, no.
It isn't easy to recognize his face, is it?
Oh, that's horrible.
That's what water does to a buddy after a while. We found him in that shirt and those shorts he's wearing. But we also found his coat and hat in another part of the river. With identification cards.
You mean?
There's Littlefield, mister. You took his ring and his wallet. And took his cashing on his inheritance, too. Why, of all the crusty schemes I ever heard of, this one takes the cake.
How can you be sure it's Littlefield? Why do you identify a clerk you never saw before and then call me a liar?
His wife identified him, mister.
His wife?
Sure. And if you think she's going to change her mind, you're deafier than I figured. Not when she comes into that $500,000 Littlefield got from his boss.
That's impossible. No, I don't believe it. You're trying to fool me.
You'll believe it, mister.
No,
when you get the chance for the murder of John Littlefield.
Everybody's trying to get the money. I won't let them have it. I want the money. I'm going to keep it. It's mine. It's mine.
And that's the story of Mr. Littlefield as recorded by The Clock. Rather ironic, isn't it? Imagine being convicted for the murder of yourself. But then, justice has its own peculiar way of balancing the scales, and always, in good time, those scales mete out their just and logical punishment. Well, I see my time is nearly up, and I must hurry off. I'll be seeing you again even sooner than you think. On the mantelpiece, perhaps, or I may look down on you Sunday morning from the steeple of the church. In any case, when we meet again, you can rest assured for one thing, I'll be right on time.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Written by Lawrence Klee and starring Hart McGuire as The Clock. You heard Joe McCormick as John Littlefield, Ken Wayne as Dr. Bixby, Frank Waters as Robert, Georgie Sterling as Gloria, Pat Martin as Louise, and Grant Taylor as Detective Henderson. The Clock is directed by John Saul, a Grace Gibson radio production.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
The marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil invite you to hear another strange tale by The Whistler. Tonight, the story of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to murder. But first, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about Clyde Davis, a Signal gasoline dealer in Alameda, California, who's been working on cars since 1910. War or no war, Davis' motto is service, the kind that keeps cars running and customers smiling. The 1st and 15th of each month are battery days at Davis Signal Station, and the battery of every customer is given a complete free inspection. Another thing Davis is a crank on is clean car windows. If the chamois alone won't do the job, he uses Bon-Ami. Davis doesn't run a repair shop, but his long experience as a mechanic has helped many a customer avoid a repair job. Such service surprises many folks these days. But Signal gasoline dealers have a reason for going out of their way to please. For them, running a service station isn't just a job. It's their permanent business. And they're interested in making it grow by keeping customers satisfied. Fortunately, the same services that keep drivers smiling are the ones that help cars last out the duration. Wouldn't you say that's a mighty good reason for getting acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer soon? And now, The Whistler.
In the night, the convoys form, ship by ship, slipping into line, moving out past the Golden Gate, past the fog-enshrouded Seal Rocks in a cold dawn, past rocks where the tourists go, where the lovers go. You heard a scream? Yes. But the ships are not disturbed. They move on out into the Pacific, leaving far behind the body of a girl lying face down on the rocks, their wash reaching for her hair. Just a girl who fell off a cliff. Fell, or was pushed. The finding of a girl's body on rocks creates hardly a stir in the bustle of the city the next day. A brief item in the afternoon papers. A call for the coroner. Another entry in the police records. There are only a few people who notice. If we were to look for them, we might find them down on Montgomery Street, in a dirty little bar where artists and would-be artists and slummers hang out. Yes, there are a lot of people here who might know something about a body twisted on the rocks. For instance, that blonde giant at the end of the bar, sitting with his head in his hands, or the girl walking up to him now, sliding into the seat beside him.
Rick, I thought I'd better tell you they're looking for you.
Huh? Oh, hello, Cassie. Who's looking for me?
You know who. The police. They're asking questions about Maureen. They know you knew her.
So what? Why should they ask me questions about her? Women like her have jumped off cliffs before.
Don't try to kid me, Rick. Remember, I'm Cassie, Maureen's roommate. I knew her better than even you did.
Yeah, I guess you did. Maybe I never really knew her very well.
well enough to break her heart. Maybe well enough to want to get rid of her.
What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend with me, Rick. Maureen had no secrets with me. She told me everything. And I told the police. I had to, Rick. They kept pumping me. I had to.
What did you tell them, Cassie?
I told them that you loved her once, that another woman had taken her place, a society dame gone bohemian. A blonde and beautiful heiress looking for a thrill by flirting with a poor, struggling artist in a turtleneck sweater.
That's enough, Cassie. Leave Sally out of it.
She's in it up to the neck. Maureen was too good to take a back seat to any Miss Money.
I said leave her out of it.
Okay. Only one more thing. I told the police about last night.
What do you mean?
You and Maureen had a quarrel last night, just a few hours before she died.
Yeah? Okay, so we quarreled. That doesn't mean she had to go jump in the ocean, does it?
No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure of that. That's what I told the detective.
You throw your accusations of murder around pretty freely, don't you, Cassie?
No, not usually, Rick, but I liked Maureen. She was more than a fine sculptress. She was a swell person. She was just about the best of this bohemian melting pot down here, and I don't like to think of her being pushed off that cliff. Just remember that I'll do anything I can to help them get to the truth of it.
I'll remember, Cassie.
Yeah, I guess you will. Okay, Rick. Better get your answers ready, because if I'm not mistaken, that Dick who just walked in is looking for you.
Yes, Rick. He's looking for you. You know that. You've been expecting it. You've been curious to see what he looked like, what expression he'll have on his face. In a minute you'll know, so gulp down that drink. There, that's better. And there he is. You can see his face sliding into the spot in the mirror where Cassie was a minute ago.
You, Rick Carlson? That's right.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, I know. Okay, go ahead. It's about Maureen.
That's right. You knew her pretty well?
Of course, you know I did. She was in love with me. I didn't love her anymore. I took her to dinner last night. We quarreled. She left. That's all I know.
What about Miss Blair?
What's she got to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe a lie.
Sally had nothing to do with it. She didn't even know Maureen. Leave her out of it.
I'm not sure we can. Miss Maureen, they tell me, was a jealous girl, unpredictable. Liable to do a lot of things, say a lot of things. Blairs are a fine family, good name. They wouldn't like their daughter mixed up with a...
Go ahead, say it.
A bohemian crowd of artists. Maybe you didn't want Maureen to go to the Blairs with the story. And it'd be so easy to keep her quiet. Just a shove at the right time. Simple in the fog out there. Simple and sure.
Listen, you, whoever you are.
Okay, take it easy. I was only guessing. But it all fits pretty well, doesn't it?
It fits, only I wasn't there.
Oh, that's right. You said she left you after the quarrel. Where was that?
At a little fish restaurant at the beach.
Near the rocks?
Not very far.
I see. But you didn't go with her to the rocks?
No.
Then you might have to prove that. I suppose you can?
Yes, he can. Go on, Rick. Tell him it's all right. You needn't worry about dragging me into it. Tell him you were with me.
Sally.
Oh, this is Miss Blair, I presume.
That's right. And you see, officer, you're on the wrong track if you're suspecting Rick. He couldn't have pushed Maureen off the cliff because he was with me last night, from 10 o'clock on. You see, Rick's painting a portrait of me, and we worked through most of the night. It was after dawn when we stopped.
I see. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Thanks for your time. You're a lucky man, Olson. And I guess you know that.
Yes, I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, aren't you going to invite me to have a drink? I'm simply burning with thirst, and your glass is empty. Good. Let's have 2 old fashions.
Sally.
What, darling? Don't you want another one?
Sally.
What, Rick? What is it? You look so upset. Oh, of course, how thoughtless of me. Naturally, you're upset about Maureen. Wasn't it dreadful? And then, you were very friendly with her at one time, weren't you? Before you met me, of course.
Sally, why did you do it?
What, dear?
Tell him you were with me last night.
Oh, that. Well, after all, you're the man I love, and naturally, I'd hardly want anything to happen to you that would take you away from me. Just because you couldn't prove where you were.
Thanks, Sally.
It's all right, Rick, darling. Let's just forget it now. It's all over.
No, Sally, that's just what I'm afraid of. It's probably not over. They won't give up so easily. Now you'll be dragged into it. I don't want that.
It's all right, Rick. I don't mind. It might even be fun. Yes, an investigation right here in our own group. All our secret lives exposed. And nothing can happen to you. You were with me.
I mean that much to you.
After all, you're the man I'm going to marry.
Sally, you mean you really will?
Of course. I intended to all along, didn't you know? And after all, a girl can't say yes too quickly, can she?
Oh, Sally. No, but, darling, I think this marine business may be messy, a scandal in the papers. What about your family?
Oh, never mind about them. I'm determined to marry you, Rick, especially now. And nobody can stop me. Don't worry, darling, about me. I think it's going to be thrilling.
Thrilling? Everything's thrilling to you, isn't it?
Yes, because I live that way. I couldn't stand it just living like most people without any excitement or danger. What's the good of living if you can't have any fun?
No, of course not, darling. Of course not. And when this mess is over and forgotten, I'll make you happy. Very happy.
Oh, yes, Rick, I'm sure you will. When it's over.
When it's over. But it's not over yet, Sally. In spite of your loyal attempt to save Rick, he's not quite safe yet. Some people are so suspicious. Some people aren't yet convinced of his innocence. Yes, there's going to be a trial for murder. The murder of Maureen. The date has been set, and as the district attorney prepares his case, he finds that each way he turns, there's a barrier. One barrier between him and conviction. Sally.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing. Your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. May I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. After we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen?
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick.
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me. I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
You are listening to the Signal Oil program.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
And so Rick, acquitted of murder, and Sally, who saved his life even though she knew he was guilty, were married. Not a very happy start for a marriage, was it, Rick? It somehow changed things to know that Sally knew. But then it was only Sally. Charming, beautiful Sally, who got a thrill out of life. After all, she wouldn't have saved you, wouldn't have married you if she hadn't loved you. Would she?
Sally, hurry, come see.
What, dear?
The portrait. I finished it. It's wonderful. Come and see it.
Just a minute. I'm doing my hair.
But aren't you excited?
Of course, darling. Can't you wait?
No.
Oh, all right, Rembrandt. Where is it?
Don't joke, sweet. This is my masterpiece, cast not upon it the jaundiced eye.
It's very good, Rick. I think it will sell.
Sell, by Jupiter. The woman's a commercial money grabber. Sell nothing. It'll be famous.
You really think so? I'm glad.
It's a great painting, Sally, because you're in every line of it. You and my love for you.
That's very sweet of you, Rick.
You're so cool. Why?
Well, I thought you said the portrait was of me.
Yes, and so a composite of all the loveliness of the world.
Rick, I don't have green eyes.
Neither does the... So she does. Do you know I didn't realize it? I meant to make them blue.
And my nose doesn't turn up like that. I'm not complaining, you understand. If someone...
Now, don't start that again, please.
Rick, are you really happy with me?
My gosh, what a question.
But you never go out. You just sit here night after night and brood.
I like to stay home.
Rick, are you in love with a girl with green eyes?
Don't be silly. I love only you, and you know it. Besides, you yourself say I haven't left this studio in weeks. A fine clandestine love affair, that is.
Let me see the picture again, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Maureen's nose turn up that way? And if I remember, her eyes were green. Just that shade of green. Is your conscience bothering you, Rick?
Shut up. We weren't going to talk about it.
Why don't you want to talk about her? What are you so afraid of? Does she haunt you?
Not being jealous of a corpse, Sally. Can't you stop hating her now that she's dead?
I'm not jealous, Rick. And it was never Maureen I hated, never.
That has a chilling sound. What are you driving at?
Or is that what killing someone does? Does it make you fall in love with them? Let go of me, Rick. Don't hurt me. I'm your wife, remember? You don't have to be afraid of me. You know that, don't you?
I'm not sure.
You're so afraid. I thought it would be exciting being married to a murderer. That we'd have a deadly secret to share as no one else could. But it's dull. We can't do this, and I can't say that because you're afraid. You'd like to hate me, but you don't even dare do that. Loving me is all that keeps you together. It's dull, Rick.
I imagine that you'll manage to find some amusement.
I imagine I will. Sooner or later.
Well, Sally, is being married to a murderer beginning to bore you? But as Rick says, I imagine you'll find some amusement, even if it's only with Tommy Melvin.
I need a drink. Come on, Tommy. Buy me one?
No, where's Rick?
No, he's at an art dealer's. He'll be along. You know, sometimes I think he loves that painting better than me. Let's have zombies, huh?
Oh, that's pretty strong.
I like strong things, exciting things.
You're bored, aren't you?
A little.
You're not very happy with Rick, are you?
Not very.
Well, it's none of my business, of course, but why did you marry him? He's hardly your type.
Marrying Rick was the biggest thrill I've ever had.
You'd do anything for a thrill, wouldn't you? I like that.
I bore easily, Tommy, and I don't like being bored. I want to feel everything I can, every emotion, every experience I can crowd into my life, good and evil.
You're without conscience, Sally. You could do anything and not look back. I like that, too.
Thanks.
But I don't quite see your marrying Rick in that light.
I didn't think you would.
You could leave him, you know. I'm going to New York next week, and you could come along, Sally. I'd like to have you.
Thanks, Tommy. You're sweet. It might be fun. Give me some time to think it over. I'll let you know.
Tomorrow?
All right. Here comes Rick. You better leave. Oh, Tommy, here's a nickel. Drop it in the jukebox, will you? Number 17.
Sure. You won't forget, Sally.
No. I'll call you in the morning. Hello, darling. I've been waiting for
So I see. But not alone.
you. Rick, you're not jealous of Tommy.
No, I guess not.
You have a drink?
No. Sally, listen, I've got to talk to you. We've got to come to some understanding. I found my painting on the back porch this morning. The fog might have ruined it. That painting is great. It will hang in the Metropolitan. It's more important than my life, Sally. Remember that.
I'm sorry. You're so morose lately, dear. What's wrong?
I don't like it, Sally.
What?
I don't see you anymore. You're never home. You're always here or out with that Tommy Melvin. And when we are together, you ask questions like, how does the tide sound at 2 a.m? Or you wonder what that murderer in San Mateo feels, and you watch me. When we pass Marine's old apartment house. When I hear a police siren in the street, you watch me. You watch me and watch me. I don't like it.
How suspicious you are.
I'm not kidding, Sally. I've walked around and around the streets, making up my mind, and now I'm determined to say it out. You married me for the thrill of marrying a murderer, nothing more. Isn't that true?
Hold your voice down. Rick, I think you're afraid of me.
Maybe I am.
You needn't worry. I won't tell the police. I'm your wife, remember?
That's not what I'm afraid of.
What then? Perhaps you'd like to push me off a cliff, too, but you can't do it. You love me far too much to hurt me.
You're right. Lord, how I wish I didn't.
I don't mind. Let's go to dinner, darling. Down at the beach. I want you to take me to that fish place down on the cliff near the rocks, huh?
Sally, you know I don't want to go there.
Why not? Because you took Maureen there that last night? Rick, you must get over that silly fear. Besides, I want to go there. We'll have dinner, and then I want to take a walk along the beach. I love the sound of the surf at night. Don't you, Rick?
There's something strange here, Rick. Something very strange. You sense it, too, as you sit opposite her at dinner. Just like you sat opposite Maureen that night. Only there are things you don't notice. Like those pills she slipped into your coffee cup. And when you leave and start walking down the beach, you aren't really aware of where you are.
Sally? Sally, slow up. I can't seem to keep up with you.
Come on, dear. We're almost there.
I feel sort of strained. I don't understand. Sort of sleepy and tired, huh?
Come on, Rick. Here, give me your hand.
Huh?
There. Now, sit right over here.
Where, Sally? Where are we? This place seems familiar, but I can't...
Of course it's familiar, Rick.
Huh?
Down below there are the rocks.
The rocks? Sally, why did you come here?
No particular reason. I like the moonlight on the rocks.
There's no moonlight. It's foggy.
Never mind. I like it here.
I don't...
What's the matter, dear? Does your conscience bother you? I thought hardened murderers got over that. Are you afraid, Rick?
I don't know. I can't seem to think. I'm tired, but I think I'm afraid. Yes.
You'd like to push me off, wouldn't you? To see my body on the rocks down there with the tide reaching for my hair as it did for Maureen's. But it won't work twice, Rick. You know that. And besides, you love me too much.
Sally, what are you doing? Let's get away from here.
Wait, I want to tell you something.
Let go of my elbow.
I'll tell you first. I'm going to leave you, Rick. I'm going to New York with Tommy Melvin.
What?
But you won't care, Rick. Because, you see, I'm not going to fall off this cliff tonight, Rick. But you are. You were right. I married you only for the thrill of being married to a murderer.
Sally, what are you saying?
But that's a thrill that pales very easily. Murder itself will be a much bigger one.
Are you crazy? Do you think I'll let you push me over?
You can't stop me, Rick. You see, you can't even stand up without weaving. You won't be able to lift a finger to stop me. I put your own sleeping powders in your coffee. It's nothing a doctor will turn up, but it's enough.
Sally, you can't get away with it.
Why not, Rick? They'll say your conscience bothered you, that you returned to the scene of your crime and killed yourself. It will be very neat. You weren't a very good killer. I'll be a much better one.
Oh, Sally, in God's name.
Goodbye, my darling. You'll be with your green-eyed love in the water, and I shall be free of you both.
Let go of my arm.
It was fun, but you were afraid. You won't be afraid anymore, Rick. Bye, Rick. Goodbye.
that's not all of this strange story. In a moment, the Whistler will be back to tell you what really happened. Meantime, I think you'd like to hear how science has finally defeated the great cause of gasoline waste and motor troubles, carbon. Motor experts say carbon causes noise, overheating, loss of power, and often the destruction of expensive motor parts. After years of research, engineers have found a formula that actually dissolves carbon. And that priceless formula is incorporated into every quart of Signal's famous 4-star motor oil. As a result, Signal's 4-star motor oil helps motor performance in not just one, but two important ways. First, its rich paraffin base protects moving parts with a tough, lasting film of lubricant that resists heat and wear. And second, Signal's 4-star oil actually dissolves out carbon to help your motor run better and your gasoline go farther. Since both gasoline mileage and motor performance are doubly important these days, one of the greatest favors you could do your car and your ration coupons is to switch to Signal's finer carbon-removing motor oil that costs no more than ordinary oils. So, if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since you changed oil, drive into your neighborhood Signal dealers and say, drain and refill with Signal 4-star motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Sally got her biggest thrill at last. She gave Rick sleeping powders and pushed him over the cliff. But then something went wrong. For a girl who had committed murder for a thrill, she suddenly lost her nerve. It was only a little light from a Coast Guard boat, but it sent her running along the cliff, slipping, sliding, taking the wrong turns, and finally... Yes, over she went. They found her body next morning. Rick told them where to look. Yes, Rick. He didn't die. He was only injured on the rocks. It was Sally who died, by her own hand, you might say. But the police didn't see it that way. They didn't know Sally was the girl Rick loved too much to kill. So they said she was pushed. Twice was enough. So Rick was sent upstate for a permanent change of address. Only just before he left, a strange thing happened. The committee from the Metropolitan Museum of Art came to see his painting. They were a little surprised. It was very beautiful, but there had been an accident. Someone had been a little careless with some paint remover. The girl in the picture had no nose, and you couldn't tell if her eyes had been blue or green. Sally might have known, but then the rocks don't tell their secrets. The tide doesn't testify.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Robert Levitt and music by Wilbur Hatch. Is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Listen again next Monday night at 9 for The Whistler. Bill Pennell speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Let every ghost signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program, bringing you another strange tale by The Whistler. Tonight, the story of a weird game of murder, of a threat which brought the deadly answer, not if I kill you first.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about Joe Jager's Signal gasoline station in Oakland, California. It's busy as a beehive, hours before most alarm clocks begin to jingle. Joe opens his Signal station at the cold, gray hour of 4:45 to get ready for early morning defense workers because, as Joe puts it, their jobs are helping win the war, and I'm glad to serve them. During the day, Joe finds time for another unusual service. Many servicemen's families don't have cameras, so with his fine speed graphic, Joe takes pictures of them for mailing to their men overseas. Well, we can't expect all Signal dealers to open at 4:45 and take pictures for servicemen, as Joe Jager does. But every Signal dealer has his own way of delivering extra services, even these days. That's because Signal gasoline dealers don't operate just for today. With them, serving you is their permanent business, and will be through years to come. They know your car needs even better service today, when it must last out the duration, and parts are hard to get. That's why friendly Signal dealers give the thorough, conscientious kind of service you can depend on. And that's why more and more drivers are finding out that to make your present car go farther, a mighty good man to know is your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, The Whistler.
You probably didn't notice the item in your morning paper. It wasn't very prominent. Just a squib on the 6th page about another jewel robbery. $50,000 in sparklers missing from one of the homes out on the hill. Not much of a story because there doesn't seem to be any mystery about it, as the chief of detectives told the reporters.
Simple as ABC. We knew it was an inside job because there's no sign of forced entry. Whoever did it got in the house with an ordinary house key. And not only that, but we found a screwdriver under a chair. It matched up with the marks on the jewel drawer where he jimmied it open. And that screwdriver came out of one of the family cars. So we start looking around. There's a maid, cook, chauffeur, gardener. We look up their records, found out this chauffeur is an ex-con. Served 2 terms for burglary. And there you are. He wasn't very smart.
Yes, it was very simple, wasn't it, officer? It makes no difference that the ex-con turned chauffeur swore he had nothing to do with it. Swore to you he's been trying to go straight. No, you're convinced. Only maybe if you knew what I do, officer, you might not be so certain. If you could see the little room over on First Avenue where young, tough Sammy Copeland is waiting for a business partner, pacing the floor, peeking out around a drawn blind, getting nervous. Maybe you'd be interested in the conversation when his business partner arrives. Albert Easley, cheap, dapper, and proud of it.
Okay, Sammy, relax.
It took you long enough. Where you been?
I said relax. You're in the big time now. You can't just dump $50,000 in hot rocks like your pawn or what? It takes a little time, some diplomacy. You have to sit down and chat with a friend so I'll be sociable. Here, pull up a chair.
No, the main thing is, did you get it?
It's all here, right in the briefcase. How do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, look at it. 50,000 clams.
50,000? Shows you're inexperienced, son. There's only 30,000 here.
30? But you said those rocks was worth 50. The paper this morning said
Sure. But you don't think a fence will give you the full value on hot rock. He's taking a risk, too. He's got to have some profit. We got 30 for him.
Oh, yeah? How do I know that?
What do you mean?
I mean, how do I know you ain't got the other 20 catched out somewhere?
Listen, Squirt, you trust me. See, that's how you know. Now, relax, like I said, and be a good boy. You got nothing to worry about as long as you stick with me. Now, I'll count out your 15,000.
I want more than that. I want 25.
What? And leave me only 5? That's a fine way to treat a partner.
I don't care about you. I want what's coming to me.
You'll get it and no more. We split this 50-50.
Oh, why should you get half? I did the job. I went in and got the stuff. I took all the risk. All you did was sit here and wait for me.
Is that so? All I did is sit here and wait for you. Why, you runny-nosed little brat. Who do you think those are thinking for you? How far do you think you'd give that stupid brain of yours?
I don't need you.
No? How much of this 30,000 do you think you'd have now if it wasn't for me? I'll tell you, not 1 cent. Who found out about the jewels in the first place? Me. Who cased the joint to find out about the chauffeur being an ex-con? Who swiped the screwdriver to plant on the scene? Who figured out every angle to make this one of the neatest jobs ever pulled in this burg? You'd be so stinking hot with the police right now, if it hadn't been for me, you'd never even be able to catch the rocks in. And now don't give me any more of this stuff.
Now, listen, Easley, I'm sick of you playing a big shot. Maybe you did do all the thinking up to now. But maybe now it's my turn. I've taken 25 of that pile, and you ain't got nothing to say about it.
Why, you little rat. You'd pull a rod on me.
Yeah, and I know how to use it, big shot. Now get counting. 25 for me, 5 for you.
How do you like that? Is that a way to treat a pal, Sammy?
I'm no pal of yours, big shot. I can take care of myself.
Okay. It's 25 for you and 5 for me. Only if you're so smart. Why not take the whole thing?
I might do that.
Okay, then here, take it. Hey, what the? Now, drop that rod. That's better. I'll just keep this little rod for souvenir.
Why, you jerk.
Yes, that'll teach you not to play rough with Albert Easley. You see, Sonny, you're not as smart as you thought. I'm always just a little bit smarter. Now get up and beat it. Go on.
Oh, what about my money?
Oh, you're so impulsive. I don't think you better have so much money around loose, Sandy. Maybe I better keep it for you. Till you grow up a little. Come around sometime when you've learned not to be a double-crossing baby.
I'll kill you, Weasley. So help me, I'll kill you.
Oh, sure. I'm scared to death.
You will be before I'm through, I promise you.
Okay, get going before I take you over my knees.
You better order your flowers now, big shot. Because I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, go ahead and try it, Sammy. But just remember, 2 can play that game. I could plug you now if I felt like it. But I'll outsmart you at that game, too.
We'll see about that. Just remember, Easley, I'm going to kill you.
Not if I kill you first, Sammy.
Okay, fair enough. So long, Easley. Pleasant dreams.
Well, now, a pleasant pair, don't you think? The kind who make a game of murder, and may the best man win. Winner gets the 30 G's. Loser gets 6 feet of mud in his face. But then Albert the big shot isn't worried yet. Maybe he didn't take Sammy seriously at first. But then that afternoon, something happened.
Paper, Allies, advance on rhyme. Read all about it. Paper.
Well, hello there, Sonny. I'll have one.
Hi, Mr. Easley. Here you are.
Thanks, honey. Well, keep it changed. Good night.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Easley. Hey, Mr. Easley, look out! Look out! Jiminy, Mr. Easley. That was a close one. That guy looked like he was almost trying to hit you.
Yeah. Yes, he wasn't fooling.
Huh?
Thanks, honey, for yelling at me. Guess I'll have to be more careful crossing streets after this.
Yes. Now you realize this is a pretty deadly game you're playing, don't you, Albert? You know it's just possible that Kid Sammy might outsmart you. He might get you. He may get sent up for it, but he'll stalk you through the streets like an animal until he gets his chance. Yes, maybe you better figure something out, Albert. Do a little thinking about it. Talk it over with somebody. Dolores, maybe. She can keep your secrets okay, as long as you're spending the heavy sugar on her. Sure, talk it over.
I'm not worried, you understand.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not a common gunman. I live by my brain.
Albert, stop pacing up and down. You're getting yourself all upset. Besides, it's 4 a.m, and I have to go home.
Upset? Well, who wouldn't be upset? Everywhere I go, the guy's on my tail. I can't go out in the street if I've been waiting in the doorway. Go to my favorite restaurant, I see him sitting there through the window waiting for me. He's everywhere.
You're afraid of him, aren't you?
Afraid? No, I'm not afraid of him.
Okay, so you're not afraid of him. Why not let me go get some tickets to Miami? You need the rest.
No, I'm staying here. And get this straight. I'm not afraid of him. Maybe he's out to get me. So what? He's not smart enough. Look at that car trick. That's stupid. Not going to get me with tricks like that. I've got nothing to worry about.
Okay. Now, how about taking me home?
Too late. I need some sleep. You take my car. Keys are there on the table.
Okay, Sir Lancelot. But don't forget, you're no safer right here than you would be taking me home.
Shut up.
Okay. Okay, sugar, I'm just kidding. I don't suppose you can spare the time to see me to your penthouse door.
You know the way.
That's what I thought. Well, my mother told me there'd be nights like this. Anyway...
Wait a minute.
What is it now?
Shut up. You hear anything?
Hear anything now? What?
I don't know. Just noise.
No, he's hearing things.
Shut up. There.
Yeah, I did hear something. What was it?
How should I know? But there's somebody up here on the roof outside my apartment.
Maybe it's only the wind.
The wind. Listen. Yeah. There's somebody walking around out there. Turn up that light. Hurry.
Okay.
Quiet. Don't move.
Sugar.
I see it. A shadow on the window.
It's just the door. He's trying to open it.
I'll get him. All right, put up your hands.
Oh, please, don't shoot. It's me, O'Brien, the night janitor.
O'Brien?
Yes.
Turn on the lights, Dolores.
Oh, yes, it's me, Mr. Easley. Oh, for the love of heaven, don't shoot.
Brian, what are you doing up here?
Well, somebody left the skylight open, and I come up to shut it. I saw a light here, and then it went off, and I just thought I'd better try your door to see nobody get in. I didn't mean to frighten you, Mr. Easley.
It's all right, O'Brien. It's all right. Go on, forget about it. Here's a little something for your trouble.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
O'Brien, the janitor. You see, we've been worried about shadows.
Well, maybe you can laugh, but I've got the jitters good. I need a drink.
Okay, you know where to find it. I'm going to bed. O'Brien. I should have known. Sammy's not smart enough to try to get me here in the apartment.
Hey, don't you want to join me in a drink?
No, thanks. This bedroom's the last stop for me tonight. I think I'm going to get the best night's sleep I've had in a long time. You know, Dolores, I bet...
Yeah, I'm listening, Albert. What's the matter?
Dolores. Come here.
Where are you? Oh, in the bedroom. Well, what's the matter? What do you just stand there for?
Look. The bed.
Albert. What is it?
A knife. Big enough to split a skull.
A knife? What you doing sticking in your bed?
It was thrown there, probably through that window. Somebody who thought I'd be there. Wait.
That's why the skylight was open. He came up here?
Yeah. No imagining this. Well, he wasn't kidding. He wasn't kidding. He out to fuck me.
Yeah. And you're not afraid, are you, sugar?
You are listening to the Signal Oil program. Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Now you know, don't you, Albert? There's no telling yourself it might not have been Sammy. You know now that he does mean to kill you. Unless you can kill him first. And now you've got to think. Think hard to figure out a way to outwit him. You won't have much time. Maybe his next attempt will be more successful. And it might come any time. Any time.
Who's there?
It's me, Dolores.
Okay.
Whew. Got this place closed up tighter than a jail. Why not open a few windows? It's stuffy.
Never mind. I like it this way.
Okay, but in broad daylight...
I said I like it this way.
Hey, don't snap at me. I brought your paper. Figured you wouldn't want to walk down the corner for it.
Thanks.
I was down at the station today. Priced 2 tickets to Miami. We can get reservations Thursday.
I said I wasn't going anyway.
Okay, no harm in just pricing tickets, is there?
Bring a cigarette?
Yeah. Okay. Oh. While I was down there in the district around the station, a very funny thing happened. I thought I saw you.
Very funny. You know I've been here all day.
I know, but that's why it's so funny. This guy looked exactly like you.
What?
He fooled even me. I walked right up to him and said, "Well, sugar, what are you doing down here?" And then I see by the way he looks at me, it wasn't you at all. It's some other guy.
Oh.
You got a double running around town.
Very funny.
Think what a mistake a girl could make in a situation like that.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not exaggerating, Dolores. You mean this guy really could have been me? Fooled you completely?
I went right up to him and spoke to him. I don't know what he could have thought of me, but I nearly slapped his face for the look he gave me.
Yeah. But that gives me an idea. What's the idea I've been waiting for? It's made to order.
What do you mean?
Why, don't you get it? I got a double. There's 2 Albert Easleys.
Well, that's what I've been telling you, sugar. Only his name isn't Albert Easley. It's Parker.
Parker.
I heard the fruit man on the corner say good afternoon, Mr. Parker, to him when he went by.
Oh, darling, it's perfect. A perfect alibi.
I don't get it.
Oh, never mind now. Say, where did you see him?
Down on 14th Street near the station.
And he seemed to be known around there?
Well, the fruit man said...
Okay, baby, take it easy. I'll be back sometime this afternoon.
Where are you going?
Down to 14th Street to look up an alibi.
Now, this is more like it, Albert. Now you've got an idea. That brain of yours is going full tilt, and you've got a feeling you're just about to outsmart Sammy, but good. You're down on 14th Street, passing the fruit stand when...
Hello there, Mr. Parker. Can I sell you some nice fruit today?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, we got some nice apples. The kind that you like.
I thought you called me Mr. Parker.
Why, sure. What else should I call you?
Well, my name's not Parker.
Say, wait a minute. You are not the Mr. Parker, are you?
No.
You talk like him, a little older maybe. And you sure look like him. A dead ring. Only your suit is a different.
You mean I've got a double around here?
Well, you sure have a mister. Bill Parker. He lives right down the street there in Mrs. Humphrey's boarding house. You sure you ain't his twin brother?
I'm afraid not. You see, I haven't got a brother. But, you know, I'd certainly like to see this guy. You suppose he's home now?
No, I'm pretty sure he's not. He always goes down to the theater district in the afternoon. He's an actor. Between the engagements, you might say.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot. Maybe I'll look up this Bill Parker. I'd like to see a guy who looks just like me.
Yes, you'll look him up all right, Albert. You hang around this street all day watching for him. Finally, he comes home, and you get a good look at him from across the street. But it's not enough. You're there the next day when he goes out, and again when he comes back. And the next day. You notice everything about him. It's easy to find out how he talks. Just question some of the people along the street. People who are surprised that you're not Parker. Then, to make doubly sure, you take the final step. Try it once.
Oh, Mr. Parker, you're back early.
Oh, just for a minute, Mrs. Humphreys. I forgot something. Run up to my room for a second.
Well, here, you're forgetting your key.
What? Oh, yes. I forgot I left it with you.
Well, Mr. Parker, you always leave it with me.
Yeah, what? Oh, yes, so I do.
Did you get to see Mr. Silver, the producer?
No, not yet.
Oh, dear, I do hope he'll see you. I know how much you're counting on that part, Mr. Parker, and we're all pulling for you. Sure, and I lit a candle for you this morning.
Thank you, Mrs. Humphreys.
So it's sure to happen today. And you won't forget dinner tonight. We're going to have pot roast.
But, Mrs. Humphreys,
No buts about it. You've got to get some meat on your bones. One hot meal a week isn't too much. We'll be expecting you at 6 now, Mr. Parker.
All right. The thing.
A cinch, sure. Even his landlady, who sees him every day, didn't suspect you weren't Parker. A few minutes in his room, and now you're ready. You get Dolores and give her the setup.
Bound to work. It's beautiful. A perfect alibi. Look, Sammy's going to be at Charlie's Club tonight. I plug him on the dot at 8, and at exactly the same time, Albert Easley walks into the Hotel Commodore 5 miles away.
Only it isn't Albert Easley.
That's right. It's Bill Parker. Well, nobody will know that.
Hey, one thing. How do you get Parker to show up at the Hotel Commodore on the dot of 8?
That's where you fit in, baby.
Oh?
See, this Parker's an actor. Trying to get a part from him, Mr. Silver. It's his only chance. He's been starving to death. Okay, you get on the phone, call Mrs. Humphreys.
Tell her to have Parker at the Hotel Commodore on the dot of 8 to see Mr. Silver in his room about the part in his new play. Your Silver secretary. But don't worry about Parker. He'll show up okay. I'm trying to see Silver for a week.
Oh, I get it. But what happens when he shows up there and there's no Mr. Silver?
Well, he just figures somebody made a mistake. Maybe tried some other hotels. But the desk clerk will remember what he looks like and when he came in. He'll identify me when the cops have him, and Parker will never learn about it.
Sounds pretty good.
It's foolproof. I thought of every angle. I even went through his closet and bought suits that look just like his. I'll have them in my wardrobe so one of them will check with Parker's description at the hotel. Oh, Betty, I figured everything out. Nothing can go wrong.
Yeah. Maybe you're smarter than I thought.
Smarter than Sammy thought.
And all I got to do is call this guy on the phone. Huh?
That's all. Then tonight, a few minutes before 8, you take my call, park it in a red zone in front of the Commodore, and get out quick without anybody seeing you.
In a red zone, but you'll get a ticket.
Oh, dear, that's just the idea. At 8 o'clock, the cop on the corner makes his last checkup on parked cars. I checked up on that. After I plug Sammy, I race uptown in a cab, pick up the call, have a traffic ticket in my pocket, dated 8 o'clock in front of the Commodore. Just another piece of my alibi.
That's pretty clever.
Sure, that's what I've been telling you. Albert Easley's a smart guy. A very smart guy.
Yes, you're a smart guy, all right, Albert. It's all figured out. Dolores makes the call. Parker will be there. She drops you down near Charlie's club and goes on to park the car. You sneak in the back way, up the hall. The door's ajar. There's Sammy, sitting there, half facing you. He's grinning about something, looking satisfied. You'll soon fix that. Yes, you wiped the grin off his face, and nobody saw you. You're out the back way before anybody has the sense to look for you. Into a cab, hurrying uptown, to the Commodore. Yes, there's your car. Even before you get to it, you can see the traffic ticket fluttering from the windshield. Everything's okay. It's perfect. Yes, perfect. You're home now, in your dressing gown. The traffic ticket on the table. The suits that look like Parker's hanging in the closet. You're just waiting for the cops. And you don't have long to wait.
Yes?
You Albert Easley?
Yeah.
I'm from headquarters.
Oh, come in.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, where were you tonight around 8?
8 to... Why, I don't know. Yes, it must have been just about 8 when I stopped into the Commodore to see a friend.
What was his name?
Mr. Silver. Well, you know, funny thing, he wasn't registered there. I've been misinformed.
You can prove that?
Of course. Yes, I thoughtlessly parked in a red zone outside the hotel and got a ticket. There it is on the table.
Mm-hmm. I see. This proves your car was there. What about you?
Well, the desk clerk will remember me, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see about that. In the meantime, you'd better come along with me, Easley. If what you say checks, you'll probably be okay. If not, you might be held on suspicion of murder.
So far, so good. Just what you expected, wasn't it, Albert? The detective takes a look at your suits before you go, questions you as to what you had on. You can't remember one of those in there. So no matter what Parker was wearing, it'll check. Then down at headquarters, you parry all the questions and insist that the desk clerk be brought in to identify you. Finally, he is.
Okay. Now, this is Mr. Arnold, the clerk who was on duty at the Hotel Commodore at 8 o'clock this evening. Now, do you recognize this man, Mr. Arnold?
No, I never saw him before. What? Don't you remember? I came in and asked you for Mr. Silver tonight at 8.
Nobody resembling you came in tonight and asked for Mr. Silver. Sure, I remember that, but no one did.
Huh? No, you must be mistaken.
No, I'm sure I'm not. I've never seen this man or anyone who looks like him.
In a moment, the Whistler will be back to tell you what really happened to the perfect alibi. Meantime, I'd like to pass along some facts I just found out on the battery situation. Did you know that last winter, so many batteries needed replacing, the demand for new batteries actually exceeded the supply by 25%? Yes, and this year the demand is likely to be even greater. All cars are a year older, and ration driving is tough on batteries. What's more, with our motorized armies advancing at full speed, the military's demand for batteries will reach an all-time high. Now, I'm no crystal gazer, so I can't predict whether this winter's supply of batteries will be enough to go around. But I do know that your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer has just received a fresh stock of top-quality batteries, built to Signal's rigid specifications for longer service. Batteries so fine, they're fully guaranteed up to 2 years. In my way of thinking, that makes right now the time to have your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer inspect your battery. Then, if you need a new one, you can be sure of getting one of those guaranteed quality Signal Deluxe batteries. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so Albert Easley wasn't as smart as he thought he was. The perfect alibi blew up somehow, and now he's going to stand trial for the murder of Sammy Copeland. Sitting in his cell, going over every detail, he can't figure out what happened, what could have gone wrong. He has only one satisfaction now. At least he outsmarted Sammy. He got Sammy before the kid could get him. Or did he? You see, Albert, that's the part you don't know about. That's why your alibi failed you. Because Sammy did get you first. When you shot him at 8 o'clock, you interrupted his celebration of your death. Yours, Albert. Only it wasn't yours at all. The police might have told you that they found the body of a man that night. A man who looked enough like you to have been your twin brother. His name was Parker, Bill Parker. And your mistake was in not realizing that if you accidentally ran across him, Sammy might too. Only Sammy didn't look too closely. He simply unloaded that rod of his. And that's why your alibi didn't show up. Yes, you were pretty smart, Albert. But sometimes the smart ones have to pay off, too. And Sammy got you after all.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Everett Hudson and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bill Pennell speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
my life over again, this would be a better world today, dwelt in by happier people. For I think I would not have committed the folly of my youth. The folly that has drawn the lines for conflict and suffering that you are heir to now. My father and my mother, I know, committed a greater folly, but the punishment that was laid upon them was the sentence of an all-wise judge. And in the end, a demonstrable blessing. A blessing that might have descended unsullied to you of this present world, had it not been for my folly, which, among other things, led to my death. And to the death of countless other men and women and children in the laying waste of many a fair countryside through the years. I never saw the country where my father and mother first lived, but I've heard them speak of it so many times. At first with an aching homesickness that was almost a madness between them. And then as the years went on in my early manhood, with a kind of hopeless uncertainty, as of a dream once vivid and now dim and tattered in the years, never to be recalled and therefore a thing to be put away forever. My father, I recall him well. A tall, heavy man, a little stooped with toil, smiling slowly and saying little. His hair long and black. I did not live to see the gray creep in. A man of prodigious strength and temper. In short, the quiet-spoken, home-loving working man, father of all ages. My mother, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I agree I had little opportunity then for comparison with other women, but there have been many women since in this world, and none to rival her. Discontented a little, impatient a little, but a wise, loving mother to her two sons, and a dutiful wife to their father. And my brother. It is a good thing that my brother lived, that he was born and existed, and strove with his hands, delving in the valleys and tilling the broad fields, learning the secrets of the earth and the ways of seeds and plants and green things. I think he was the salt of the earth, although I procured for him a bad name, to my cost and the world's. He was a little older than I, the firstborn, and naturally the first beloved, until I was born. I think he was more my father's son than I. He had my father's ways, his slow speech, his long silences, his giant strength. And my father's slow-kindling, deep-seated, terrible anger that smoldered far below the placid eyes of the peaceful countenance. Only twice have I seen my brother's temper flare. And the second time was my undoing. And yours. I think I was my mother's son. Perhaps I made it that way. I did make it that way. But I shall tell you. Bear with me. We dwelt at the head of a valley far from the place where my father and mother first lived. It was a humble place, but tall trees shadowed our house. A sparkling hillside brook ran gurgling down the hill not 100 paces from our door. In the summer's heat, the hills grew brown and barren under the sun, save for the plots below the slopes where my brother cunningly led the water to the little stream, where the corn and the millet and the barley prospered, and the fruit trees on the hill above the house where my brother stood. He tended them daily against the harvest of the fall, while I frolicked in the stream or lazed away the long afternoons in the shade of the plane trees. I well remember the rain, my brother and my father toiling in a steamy downpour at some homely task, while I sat dry and comfortable under the thatched shelter and laughed at their dripping, mud-spattered labors. It was a good life we led. We the pioneers, we the happy family in the olden good days, in the summers and the long, slow winters, in the cheerful spring and the golden harvest days of the fall. Pioneers in a smiling land, unpeopled by enemies, unmarred by discontent and hatred. So it was in the early days of my youth. So it could have been today, were it not for my folly. I remember an evening when my brother and I sat alone in the twilight, resting, deep in the toil of the day. and I from the day's pleasures. Brother, I said. Brother, tell me something. What did you and Father do with the fruit and grain and things you carried away this morning?
We took them down to the grove, same as we always do.
Well, what did you do with them there?
We left them there.
Just left them there?
Yeah, just left them there.
Well, why did you do that?
Well, you know how Father feels. You know how religious he is.
I know. But I don't understand why he does this. It seems like wasting things.
Those things aren't wasted.
Well, what happens to them?
They're a sacrifice.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's like this.
Well, go ahead.
Hard to explain. Your father gives you things. Food. Things to play with. What do?
I don't do anything.
You say thank you, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Well, this sacrifice is a kind of way of saying thank you for all the wonderful things we have. For the field, and the sunshine, and for everything. For just living.
Oh.
We have plenty, you see. It's only fair for us to give up some of it for a thank offering. You understand?
What would happen if you didn't do it?
I don't know.
Would something terrible happen? Would we have bad luck, maybe? Would we die?
I don't know.
Well, do we just sacrifice what we want to?
We sacrifice the best we have, Sonny.
Has it got to be the best?
That's what your father and I think. And your mother.
What if it isn't good enough?
It has to be the best things you have.
Can I sacrifice something?
When you're old enough.
I'll sacrifice some wonderful things.
Of course you will.
And they won't be just old ears of corn and bundles of millet and stuff like that. I wonder if I thought, in my youthful folly, that the greater the sacrifice, the greater would be my reward. I wonder if I thought I could buy prosperity and happiness and the pleasures of the flesh. Outstep my father and my brother by the magnificence of my own burnt offering. I wonder if this was the burgeoning of a thought that I might supplant my brother in the regard of my father and mother. For he was the principal provider. True, my father labored mightily, but it was my brother's strong arms that tilled the soil, my brother's active mind that planned the year's crops, my brother's sweat that procured the harvest that nourished us all. And as time went on, my father became more and more submerged in religion, and on his firstborn fell a heavier and heavier burden. And at the time of sacrifice, I stood sullenly aside, for I was empty-handed with nothing of my own to place upon the altar, with nothing to gain grace and prosperity for myself. I was young. Forgive me for that if you can. True, my elder brother had not many years over me, but I had been brought up in the indulgence of my parents. And since he was a prodigious worker, I found idleness more to my liking. I was awkward with the plow and the harrow. I bruised the precious fruit I was sent to gather. I dulled the scythe, and reaping time was sent away lest I bring further harm to the harvest and to myself. And the praise my father gave to my brother.
It's been a good year, son. We've done very well, haven't we? You've done very well, you mean? What's the difference? It's all in the family. Yes, but what we'd have done without you, I don't know. Why, we've got that lower field now that was all trees last year. That brings us a good crop. I wish there was something special I could do for you, son. It's all right, Father. I like to work in the field. And those fruit trees, I never saw them bear so much. It was hard work, but we'll have a pleasant winter. Thanks to you. We've got so much. I wish there was somebody we could give some of our plenty to. Don't you, Father? We can give it to the Lord, son. It'll be a mighty sacrifice this year. All the better we have it to give. But I wish sometimes there were some other people we could see, be neighbors with.
The day will come, son. The day will come. We may not live to see this world teeming with people, but we're the pioneers, and they'll live to be grateful to us. I'm thankful I have a son like you. You've got two sons, Father. Oh, yes, but your brother.
But what was I to do? What tasks were there left that I could perform to please my father and Mr. Plant, my brother? I could not think. And the other thought, how would I ever prosper in life if I had nothing to give, nothing to sacrifice as my father and my brother did? My mother found me in the dark as I sat there, sniveling at my unlucky situation. As I sat there, dissolved in unworthy tears of self-pity.
Is that you, son?
Mother.
I've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, dear?
I don't feel good.
Are you sick, child?
I'm just good for nothing.
Oh, now, son. What happened?
Well, I can't do anything.
You can't do anything? What do you mean?
Well, Brother does everything, and Father tells him how wonderful he is, and I'm just useless.
Oh, come now, son. There's plenty for you to do. You always help Mother around the house, and you're young.
I'm not either. I'm just no good.
That's a silly attitude for you to take. Now, what put all this in your mind so suddenly?
Mother, I want to be useful.
Well, you are useful.
I haven't got anything to sacrifice.
Oh, that's it, then.
Yes. Father...
I know, dear. I didn't know you were so serious about things.
Mother, how can I ever get things if I don't have anything to sacrifice?
Get things?
Well, I mean, I won't prosper.
You poor child. You come in now and have your supper and you'll feel better. And then in the morning...
But in the morning I wandered away, still downcast before my parents and my brother had arisen. I do not remember what dark thoughts occupied my mind as I climbed the dew-drenched hillsides, wrestling with my problem. I do not know how far I walked through the morning in the hot sun of noon, nor where I wandered. I tired with the afternoon, I remember, and under a tall oak tree on the top of a hill I lay my head and slept. Dreams haunted me. Dreams of my tall, laughing brother, rich and happy, surrounded by a cheerful and happy family in some far land. Dreams of myself, begging bread from a stranger, unblessed and unhappy. Dreams of poverty and want in a world I never knew. I saw myself dependent at long last upon the bounty of my brother, the farmer, the tiller of the soil, a laborer who had enough to sacrifice to ensure a good life for himself, while I suffered the pangs of hunger. And I awoke to the curious stare of a pair of tiny, grave little lambs. Two little lambkins who stood and made bleating noises at the strange figure on the grass, who trotted to me and seized my fingers in their black little mouths and tugged at them valiantly. And so, when at sunset I made my weary way into the clearing around our house, I had found my vocation. The lambs objected mightily to being dragged up for inspection by my father and brother and my weeping mother. But there was a hot supper for me and barley meal for the lambs, and I talked bravely of the prosperity my new acquisition would bring to us all. I suppose I was meant to be a shepherd. My two little lambs grew. Presently there were more lambs. My father taught me to shear them as they grew bigger. I found out the roar of the sheep herder for myself. It was pleasant on the hillsides with the tinkle of the weather's bell, and the flock grew apace. Ah, how I remember those long afternoons, with the clouds drifting lazily above me, the pleasant drowsy sound of the sheep as they grazed peacefully around me. It was a lazy life, but a good one. I could laze away the afternoon securely, laughing to think of my burly brother toiling away in the sun-baked fields, fighting his eternal battle with the earth for his sustenance. I built my own hut on the hillside above the home place,
fine with the sheep.
I'm glad, Father. This is what I like to do.
How many have you now?
16. But there'll be lambs in the spring.
I'm making you a nice wool coat, son, from the first shearing.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I wish you could come home oftener, though.
You miss me?
Of course we do, son. That's why we come up to see you here.
But what about... Well, you've got a son around the house all the time.
He's pretty busy.
How's he doing with the crop?
Well, not very well this year.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's just a bad year, son.
What's the matter? Didn't he sacrifice?
I don't think I like the way you said that, son.
Why, I didn't mean anything, Father.
I hope you didn't. Yes, your brother sacrificed. You know he did.
Maybe he didn't sacrifice enough.
Yes, he did.
Or maybe it wasn't good enough.
Son, it's not your place to decide what's good and what's bad.
I wasn't, Father. I was only asking.
The crops are going to be very small this year.
It looks as if you're the support of the family this time, son.
Me? That's fine. I'm some use after all, then.
Son.
Of course you're some use. You're a good deal of use.
More than my brother.
This year, anyway.
Son.
I can't help it, Mother. I'm happy. My heart bled for them, but it was what I had wanted to do. I chanted the old words of the ceremony loudly and joyfully. The black smoke rose to heaven. We all rejoiced greatly. We all rejoiced, except my brother. Now it was his turn to stand empty-handed and glum, although he did try to smile at me when I turned triumphantly away to look at him. The poor, withered ears of corn he put on his own altar looked very meager compared with the lavishness of my gift. And when, in an excess of good feeling, I gave him one of the lambs to offer up on his own altar, he couldn't even make the fire stay lit. I had to help. I was very happy. And I rue the day now. Yes, of course it was selfishness. It wasn't devotion. I was very happy. And when in the morning I left again to return to the hillside pastures, where my flock had grown and there would be much for me to do, my brother humbly came to me and laid a hand on my shoulder.
Is it all right if I walk back with you to see the flock?
Why? Haven't you got anything to do here?
There's not a thing to do here. Crops are in, but there is nothing.
Well, isn't that too bad?
Yeah, it is that.
Well, come on along.
Thank you. I don't know what happened this year.
It is strange, isn't it?
You've done well. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you know, I told you I'd sacrificed something wonderful.
Yes, I remember.
I sacrificed the first lamb this family ever sacrificed.
It was wonderful.
Too bad your sacrifice was so cheap and bad.
I did the best I could. That's all anybody could do.
Oh, well, but you should have been like me. It's all very well to dig up the ground, but it takes something more to do what I've done.
I've done pretty well in the past, boy.
I don't see how you can expect to do very much when all you've got to offer is some old corn and stuff like that.
It was good enough for you for a long time.
Of course, but now
I've worked hard all my life.
You don't have to work hard if you don't want to. I don't work hard. And look at me.
Yes.
I think Father and Mother are a little disappointed in you, you know.
They are not.
Oh, I think they are. I can see the way they looked at you. And at me.
I don't believe you.
And you didn't do very well with your sacrifice. Not even when I had to give you something to sacrifice.
You stop that.
I think your day's over, brother. I
told you to stop talking that way.
Yes, you're done. You were all right till I got started and made a good sacrifice. Oh, go on back and dig holes in the ground, you farmer. You'll do what?
You don't stop talking that way.
I'll kill you. Farmer, dig her in the dirt.
I told you.
You can't even make a good sacrifice.
I heard my brother run away, and his cries filled my ears with sound. It is more than I can bear, he said. And those are the last words of his I heard. My good, kindly brother. And through him, I brought strife and terror and hopelessness into the best of all worlds. Our heir to the evil that I set free. I was my brother's keeper. And I failed my trust.
Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host at the squeaking door again. Just slither in and let me dispel your weariness with a bit of eeriness, Oh, no, please. Don't sit in that chair. I'm saving it for rigor mortis to set in.
Oh, dear. I see this is going to be one of those nights when my favorite character gets killed.
Yes, Mary, but don't scream blue murder, because this is a corpse of a different color. And now let's leave the world. Temporarily, of course. Tonight's story is called The Lonely Sleep. It's an original radio play by Christopher Mayle, who scribbled it during a nightmare. And our star is Carl Swenson, who plays the role of Archie Gold. Murder is a specter which nudges all of us, anywhere. Most of us will never murder, but can any of us say we never will? Certainly Archie Gold, 30-ish, bald and mild-mannered, never thought he would murder. Archie was the window display man for Greg's department store. At night, the store is a fantastic nightmare of eerie shadows, covered showcases, cavernous depths, and dank, stale odors, with only his own hollow footsteps for sound. Because windows are dressed at night. It's night now. And Archie's busy in his storeroom crating his favorite mannequin for shipment to the mannequin factory. Being a lonely man, he talks to the mannequin. And being in love with Esther Newman of the store's accounting office, he naturally calls his favorite mannequin Esther.
You've been very mean to me, Esther. The last time I asked you to go out with me, you snickered at me. That's not nice. That's why I had to do this to you.
Archie tucked Esther's smooth pink torso into a crate.
There. Perfect fit, darling. Perfect.
Then Archie wrapped Esther's slim legs and arms in excelsior, tucked them into another crate.
So, you wouldn't put your arms around me, darling. Well, you won't get another chance.
Then Archie picked up Esther's pretty head and placed it on his workbench.
Oh, Esther. I'm so lonely. Why don't people talk to me? Why can't I be popular? But what's wrong with me? Why don't you go out with me?
What Archie never dreamed was that the real Esther Newman was at that moment slamming the last of her monthly report books closed, flicking off the light, and starting out of the finance office toward the rear door of the store. She's stopped by Archie's half-open door when she hears his voice.
No, listen to me, Esther, darling. I am making enough money here to buy us a little place over in Jersey. See, all my life, I wanted to love someone like you. You're so beautiful. You will marry me, won't you, darling?
Why, Archie, go. Sitting there proposing to a dummy, and the dummy's name is Esther. What a coincidence.
Well, Esther, you worked late? I didn't know. No. I mean, yes, I give the mannequins names. It's sort of a game. Yeah, game. That's it.
Well, they don't talk back anyhow.
No, they don't talk back. But they're sort of kind. They smile at me. And, see, I'm lonely.
Mm-hmm.
I work all night. And Esther, will you go out with me Sunday night?
Mm-hmm.
Please. Just dinner and the movies.
Are you kidding? Why don't you ask your dummy friend? Hey, say what a swell idea. She won't eat much. You can maybe get her into the movies for half price. And when you kiss her goodnight, Archie, she won't slap your face. Why are you looking at me that way?
You shouldn't laugh.
You're crazy. You're trying to scare me. Yes, that's it. No, you're not. You are crazy. Don't come near her. Archie!
You shouldn't laugh.
Archie, don't.
You shouldn't laugh. My turn to laugh. Please. My turn. You shouldn't laugh. People shouldn't laugh when you're lonely.
You see, the specter of murder had nudged Archie, and he's obeyed. This was no mannequin at his feet. This was a woman, warm, beautiful, and dead. And being scared and lonelier than ever, Archie talked to his mannequins again. This time to Frank, painted and rouged and handsome in Greg's bargain 2950 tweed suit.
You heard her laughing at me, Frank. I just couldn't stand her laughing at me again. You look at her, Frank. You'd think she was asleep. Her neck's broken. See, what am I going to do with her? Yeah, I got to think. Got to hide her. Got to dress the front window, too. The window. Sale of Cozy Kitten mattresses starts tomorrow. It's a big sale. Sleep on a Cozy Kitten. I've got it, Frank. The window. I've put her in the window on a Cozy Kitten mattress. Nobody will know. And then tomorrow night,
So Archie used some pancake makeup, bringing life to Esther's sallowing cheeks and purple lips. He placed her dead weight on a hard truck. He rolled it to the lighted window. An hour later, Esther's corpse, covered with gleaming white sheets and sleazy satin quilt, smiled in peaceful bliss at the empty street. Archie found his work well done.
nothing more to do now. Just wait. I'll go home. And wait. That's a good window. You look very pretty in bed, Esther.
I've been watching you, young fella.
Yeah.
Saw you do the whole thing.
What's
the matter? I scare you?
No, officer. I didn't know.
Yeah, I've been in the doorway across the street watching you. A lot of work to making up one of them windows, ain't there?
Yeah. You saw me do the whole window, you mean?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So I put the mattresses in, make the bed, put the signs in, then fix the lights. Then you put the girl in the bed and fix her face up. Hey, it's a nice job.
Yeah.
Say, you look bad, son.
Yeah.
Anything wrong? You sick?
Huh? No. I'm just tired.
All through for the night?
Yeah, I'm also. Good night, officer.
Good night, young fella, and don't worry about your girlfriend. I'll keep an eye on her every night.
So Archie went home, as you or I might have done. And because he'd been too busy setting his little post-mortem stage, the impact of his crime began to seep through only as he neared his rooming house. Maybe the girl in the doorway he'd passed started him thinking because she laughed.
Are you kidding?
Just a girl and a date. You can't blame Archie for hurrying. You would have thought it was Esther, too. Archie hurried. He hurried to the rooming house. He raced up the steps. He had to get to his room, get in and close the door to the world. Close the door. That's it.
They can't laugh at me here. They won't find me here. This is my room. Nerves. Stupid running like that. I've got to act normal. Sure, just like nothing happened. I couldn't help it. She made me do it. No, forget about it.
Why, Archie, gold.
No, you can't laugh now. You're...
I'm dead, Archie. Yes, in a way. I'm in Greg's department store.
I don't believe in ghosts. It's just my mind, my imagination.
That's right, Archie. You're too clever to believe in ghosts. I'm not a ghost, Archie. I'm in your mind. I'm part of you now. Part of you.
Get out! Get out! I'll drive you out.
Oh, no, Archie. You can't. Unless, Archie. Unless you replace me with someone else.
Yes. That might do it. Someone else. Another girl.
See? That's how a murderer thinks. Oh, yes. You do the same thing. Archie never thought he would murder. Now he's ready to do it again. To get rid of his conscience, to get rid of a voice. Archie lit a cigarette. He poured himself some milk, ignoring the laughter in his brain as he pushed through again.
Look at your hands, Archie. Look at them. All crooked and hard and clutching.
Oh.
Like they were on my throat.
No, shut up!
Archie threw himself on the bed and jammed the pillow against his ears. He fell into a dream worse than reality.
Hello? Huh?
Archie Gold?
Yeah, this is Archie Gold.
This is Mr. Gregg, Archie. I know this is your time to sleep, but it's important that you get down here right away.
Is anything wrong, Mr. Gregg?
I can't tell you over the phone. Come down here. Goodbye.
All right, Mr. Gregg.
After he'd shaved and dressed, Archie felt a little better. After all, if they'd discovered anything, Mr. Gregg wouldn't have called. He'd have sent the police. Feeling of confidence stayed with him until he stood across the street from Gregg. He lost it then. It dropped with a sickening pain about his heart and a dry pinching about his lips. People were standing 3 deep in front of his window display, and he caught sight of a policeman's cap following Mr. Gregg's bald head into the store. Well, let's see how good Archie's alibi is. Remember Archie, the lonely little man who dresses Gregg's department store windows at night? He just couldn't stand being spurned by Esther Newman any longer. She laughed at him when he asked for a date, and now Esther is a lifeless mannequin advertising the restful qualities of cozy kitten mattresses in the window display. And Archie enters the store to see what's in store for him.
Mr. Gregg, I'm...
Archie Gold, come in. Close the door. Sit down. Now, boy, you know Miss Newman in our bookkeeping department?
Yes, sir. I knew. But I'd like a chance.
You're going to get a chance, my boy. Before leaving on a week's vacation, Miss Newman completed our annual report.
Miss Newman is on vacation?
Yes. Which isn't important. Our report shows we sold 16 cozy kitten mattresses in 1 year.
Well, that's not many, is it, sir?
It's terrible. We were stuck with 1,500 of them. Just a minute now. Jenkins.
Yes, Mr. Gregg?
How many mattresses have you sold now?
802, sir.
You hear that, Gold?
Yes, sir.
802 mattresses in a couple of hours. And your window display did that. My boy, you're a genius.
Mr. Gregg,
No. I know just what you're going to say. Any man who has the imagination to put a woman dummy asleep in a window, and such a dummy, so peaceful. How much are we paying you, Archie?
It's $36.47 a week, sir.
Starting today, it's $72.94. And a private office, and you're the head window display manager of my 3 stores. Ha! Stunned you, huh?
Everything I've always wanted.
What's more, I've had pictures taken of that window with the crowds, and the paper promised to run it in tonight's edition. With your name. Good?
Yes, sir. I want you to know, sir, I appreciate it.
Oh, nonsense. Gregg knows a bargain. Now go home to bed again, or take tonight off.
Oh, no. I have work to do.
Got more good ideas? Good.
Mr. Gregg.
Yes, my boy.
If the mattresses are selling so well, we won't need the display. I can take it out tonight.
Oh, nonsense. Don't touch it. We'll run this sale for 2 weeks. I just ordered 1,500 more mattresses.
Success and popularity was sweet to Archie's taste. But Archie knew a corpse, no matter how beautiful, cannot survive the sun beating through glass for long. And Archie knew that. It was a wretched rainy night. Gregg's department store had long since closed its doors. The night belonged again to Archie. Now he had a nasty job to do. He drew the curtains across the big window. The officer was watching again. Esther was just a mannequin now, a mannequin of flesh and bones, but a mannequin. And Archie spoke to his mannequin.
You've had a hard day, Esther, darling, haven't you? Well, it's all over now. You never did anything for me alive. Dead, you brought me success. Now I've got to send you away. You're stiff and cold, Esther. And you can't laugh now, can you?
Esther couldn't laugh. And Archie opened the crates which contained the mannequin he had originally planned to ship. With a few simple tools and lots of work, he made Esther, the real Esther, conform to his original shipment. A torso, a pair of slim legs and arms, and a head.
Who? Well, that's the alley door. Somebody's there. Gee, a cop, maybe. I've got to act natural. After all, she's well hidden.
Could I come in? Please, I'm so wet and tired.
Girl. It's a girl. Yes. Come in. Get out of that rain.
Thanks.
Why, you poor kid, you're soaked. Come into the workshop. I've got a heater in there.
Gosh, thanks.
She was sent to me. Someone to take Esther's place. Feel better now?
Yeah, that's better. You're very kind.
How did you happen to pick this door to knock at?
Well, the alley seemed a good place to get out of the wind. It started to rain, and I saw your light.
Oh, I see. And you're broke.
Yeah. The usual story. I came to town from Philly to get a job. Job was there, all right, but the boss wasn't on the level.
Well, don't you have a home? Parents or a husband, I mean? Oh, that's
no.
a shame. Look, stay right there now. I'll be right back.
You're not leaving me, are you?
No, I'm going to get a blanket to put across your shoulders. I'll be right back.
Of course he'd be right back. Wasn't this just what he needed? Another mannequin to satisfy Esther's voice? Made sense. The second time, it's easier. It always is.
Don't move, May. I'll put it across your shoulders.
All right. You're a very lonely man, aren't you, Mr. Gold?
How do you know that?
Because I like you.
How does that prove I'm lonely?
I like lonely people.
Why?
Because I'm terribly lonely myself.
I got some coffee in the thermos here. I'll get you some.
I like it here. I like to look at the mannequins, especially that handsome one there. What do you call him?
What do you mean, call him?
Well, you must talk to him. I would.
You're wonderful. You understand. See, I do. I do talk to him. His name's Frank. Frank, meet May. May, this is Frank.
Hello, Frank. I'm sleepy, Frank.
Oh, May. Why did you come tonight? Why couldn't you come 2 nights ago? You're sleepy?
Mm-hmm. I'm warm and sleepy.
Look, I have 3 hours before my window has to be finished, and I have an errand that'll take me about an hour. You climb into the bed in the window and...
People will see me in the window.
No, the curtains are drawn. I'll wake you when I get back.
All right. Looks like the kind of bed I could sleep on forever and... ever.
Doesn't always work out the way you plan it, see? Archie didn't want to murder Esther, but he did. Archie wants to murder May, but he'd rather not. Well, Archie drew the satin quilts over May. She smiled, closed her eyes with murmured thanks, and was asleep. Archie knew now he loved her, that he must never listen to her speak again. While Archie carried the crates containing Esther's remains into the station wagon in the alley, a little man with a sad, droopy face and a derby hat argued with the night captain of the local police station.
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. I stopped at Greg's window 4 times today. I know a corpse when I see one.
Well, I saw that window, too. That's a dummy in that bed. I know a dummy when I see one.
I don't doubt that, Captain. You've had more experience with dummies than I have, but I've had more experience with corpses than you have. That's a dead girl in the bed.
Now, what makes you so sure?
I've been an undertaker for 40 years. My name is Huzak. My establishment is down the block from Greg's store on 10th Street.
Okay, we'll check. Now, operator, get me Mr. Gregg. Yeah, Greg's department store. Of course it is home. What else at this hour?
Archie had a plan. Excitement gripped him. But that habit of years was strong, and he talked to Esther as he piled her 3 coffins into the station wagon in the alley.
Don't you worry, Esther. In a half hour, you'll be at the bottom of the river. You shouldn't have laughed, Esther. And then I'll come back to me.
Sure. Archie had a plan, all right. But it didn't include the little old undertaker who knew a corpse when he saw one, or an angry, sleepy Mr. Gregg, or a confused detective who were right then coming to a stop in front of the store.
This is an outrage, a preposterous, fantastic farce. Getting me down here in the middle of the night to prove I have a corpse in my window.
I know, Mr. Gregg. I feel silly about it myself, but Mr. Huzak here seems so sure.
The curtains are drawn in front of the window. We'll have to go inside.
Oh. In a minute, you're all going to look very silly. There. Does that look like a corpse?
No. You're right. It's not a corpse. It isn't a dummy either.
She's alive. Breathing.
There's something queer here. I'm going to look around outside.
Archie! Archie, go!
Archie didn't hear himself being paged. But at the entrance of the alley, he saw the police car in front, and he heard the police captain shouting from the sidewalk. That was when Archie decided it was better to be lonely. The lonelier, the better.
They found out. That's the police. They found out.
Hey, you! What?
Right now. Got to. They won't catch me. They won't. got the right way. I gotta go through. Faster. Faster. Right, let it go. Faster. Turn right.
No one ever heard Archie's last words. They bubbled through his torn throat as he lay in a glass-smashed window through which he'd crashed. No one.
I'm so lonely. May. So lonely.
Well, Greg, here's your Archie Gold. I'll bet those crates will be interesting.
Awful.
Yeah, quite a mess.
No one was cruel enough to point out a gruesome bit of grisly humor. The lonely little man who'd spent so much time in display windows had created his final masterpiece. Archie had decorated his last window in Cusack's funeral parlor. The lesson we learned from tonight's story is that murder doesn't pay. It's a losing business. Murderers are always in the red. And it's strenuous work, too. You're bound to find yourself a little stiff. Well, I have to run along now, folks. Got some shopping to do in Greg's department store. What? Oh, I know it's late, but, you see, Archie and I shop at night to avoid the shrouds, you know. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Puzzle for Wantons by Patrick Quentin. Oh, and here's a special announcement. Next week's story is about a man whose dreams always come true. All he has to do is to dream that somebody's being murdered and... Enough to keep you awake, isn't it? So until we meet again next Tuesday, you dream of me and I'll dream of you. Now it's time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
Don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Santos Ortega and Ann Shepard, in Out of the Past.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear Out of the Past. Your name is Joan Morgan. And as you stand looking over Central Park from your penthouse terrace on this beautiful spring day, you can't help but feel you're the luckiest woman living. You're young, attractive, fairly wealthy, and happily married to a Broadway actor. Yes, Joan, there's little more you could ask for. The doorbell rings. You run to the door to greet your husband, Keith, who's home from his matinee performance.
Hello, beautiful. How's my one and only?
Hello, darling. Oh, Keith, no wonder every actress wants to have you for her leading man.
Nonsense. I'll have you know the only person I kiss like that is my wife.
Better say that. How was the matinee today?
Fine. I got 7 curtain calls. Oh, here's the afternoon mail. I picked it up at the desk.
Anything for me?
I haven't looked it over there.
Oh, yes, here's one for me. 3 others for you, dear.
Let's see. This one's a bill from the hotel management. Darling, we're living beyond our means.
Oh, Keith, you're not going to start that again, are you? Well, we have over $500,000.
I've told you a dozen times I won't touch that money. It's yours, not mine.
Darling, it isn't a question of it being yours or mine. It's ours.
Joan, I made it clear to you when we got married that we'd have to live on the money I earn.
Then what'll I do with my money if you won't allow me to spend it?
Well, someday we'll have 6 children. You can save it for that.
All right, darling. I wonder who my letter can be from.
You rip open the envelope, Joan, as Keith looks at the rest of his mail. For a moment you feel as if your heart has stopped. Then it begins to beat wildly. Over and over you read the 2 sentences. A friend from Europe expects you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock at the Hotel Edgewood. Please bring $25,000 in cash, or else I shall be forced to take action. John Benedict.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong, darling?
What did you say?
You look so upset. Is it that letter you're reading?
Letter? No. No.
Well, then, if it isn't the letter, what is it?
It's nothing, darling, nothing at all. It's just that I have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you something?
No, Keith, no, I'll be all right. All I need is a little rest.
Come in, won't you, Joan? Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Martin, you must help me.
Why, of course, Joan. You know I'd do anything for you. Sit down and tell me about it.
Martin, I'm in trouble. I'm in great trouble.
Joan, what is it? What's wrong?
I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Yes.
By whom?
A man named John Benedict. I don't know who he is. But I received a letter from him yesterday afternoon.
There's only one thing to do, and that's to go to the police. I'll call the district attorney.
No. I can't go to the police.
Why not?
This man, Benedict, knows something I can't afford to have exposed.
What does he know, Joe?
Please, don't ask me. I know that you were my father's best friend, but I can't tell you. Believe me, if it ever gets out, it would ruin my marriage. My life. I couldn't stand to lose Keith. I couldn't. I'd rather die.
All right, Joan. I think you're making a mistake, but I'll help you. How much money does this man Benedict want?
A half hour later, you enter a dingy hotel and go to room 14. As Martin opens the door, he reveals a squalid, dimly lit room. For the first time, Joan, you see John Benedict. He's a tall, heavy man with coarse features and a thick black beard. In the half-light, he appears to be about 50. His clothes are of fine English cut, but time and wear have taken their toll. He stares at you for a moment, Joan, then speaks.
How do you do, Mrs. Morgan? Won't you please come in?
Thank you. This is Mr. Walker, friend.
Yes, of course. I trust you will forgive me these dismal surroundings, but alas, I am quite penniless.
So you thought it would be an excellent idea to blackmail this lady for funds?
I am afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Walker. I am not forcing this beautiful lady to give me £5,000. Rather, I am, shall we say, requesting a loan.
Yes, but if she doesn't give you this loan, you'll ruin her marriage or her life.
It would distress me to ruin anyone's life. But then it also distresses me to live in a pigsty like this.
A much more suitable place would be the state penitentiary.
Martin, please don't talk like that.
Evidently, Mrs. Morgan, your friend is more interested in having me placed in prison than in saving you from disaster. I'm afraid you have not revealed our little secret to Mr. Walker.
No. No, I haven't.
Well, then, perhaps if we were to tell him, he would not be quite so eager to imprison me. Perhaps if he knew that at one time you had...
No. Don't say any more. I'll pay you.
Allow me to commend you on your good judgment.
Martin, give him the money. Give it to him.
Very well. Here's your filthy blood money.
Thank you. I think you have been very wise, Mrs. Morgan. Very wise indeed. Good day.
In the weeks that follow, Joan, you try to forget Mr. Benedict and the terrifying secret he shares with you. But you aren't successful, are you? Everywhere you go, you unconsciously find yourself fearfully looking for him. Life has become tense, frightening. Then one afternoon, while Keith is at rehearsal of a new play, you receive a phone call. A call that sends you in a panic to Martin Walker's office.
Martin, I've heard from him again.
Benedict?
Yes, he phoned an hour ago. He wants $50,000.
$50,000? Maybe now you'll have sense enough to let me turn this over to the police.
No, I can't do that.
You mean you're going to buy him off a second time?
Yes, I must.
But you can't. What's to prevent his extorting money from you a third or a fourth time? He'll squeeze you dry.
The money doesn't matter, do you hear? Nothing matters but keeping what Benedict knows from Keith. If Keith finds out, it'll mean the end of everything for me. Everything.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. Oh, I see you brought Mr. Walker. And I was counting on a pleasant afternoon. May I take your coat?
No.
Benedict, what do you mean by asking for $50,000? We paid you $25,000. That was supposed to keep your mouth shut.
Well, it has, up to now. But as you can see by this suite of rooms, Mr. Walker, it takes money to live lavishly. Therefore, I shall need more.
Well, you shan't have it. We paid you off once. We're not paying you off again. There's a limit to what anyone will pay.
Yes, quite true, Mr. Walker. But the limit has not been reached as yet.
You swine. If I had my way, I'd call the police and put you where you belong.
Mrs. Morgan, I am afraid you are allowing your friend to go too far. I have but to pick up this telephone, and your world will come crashing down about.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Martin, give him the money.
But Joan,
give it to him. I can't stand this anymore.
Very well. Here it is, Benedict. But I warn you, you'd better not try anything further. There is such a thing as pushing a person too far.
I shall try to remember that, Mr. Walker. Thank you for your advice and the money.
You're trembling with fear as you leave Benedict's luxurious suite, aren't you, Jordan? And even when you reach your own apartment, the fear hasn't left you. Weeks pass, and life is a nightmare. Every time someone knocks at the door or the phone rings, your heart begins to beat wildly. And worst of all, Keith senses something is wrong.
I'll answer it.
But I'm much closer to it there.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Morgan's apartment?
Yes?
This is the stage manager at the theater. Will you please remind Mr. Morgan of the special matinee we're giving today?
Yes. Yes, I'll tell him. It was a theater calling Keith to remind you of today's special performance.
I haven't forgotten. It's only 2:05. I still have a few minutes before I have to leave. Joan.
Yes.
What is it, darling? What's come over you?
Come over me?
Yes. These past weeks, you've been just a bundle of nerves. Every time the phone rings or the mail arrives, you begin to tremble. What's wrong?
Darling, you're just imagining all that.
Don't stop acting as though I were a child. I can see something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Keith, please. There's nothing. Who could that be?
Never mind, I'll get it.
No,
you just sit
Keith,
where you are and rest.
Look, darling, you have to get to the... To the... What's taking him so long? Why doesn't he come back? Keith? Who is it? Keith!
Joan, what is it? Why did you scream like that?
I didn't scream. Who was that at the door?
Well, it was just a special delivery boy. He brought the special delivery for you.
Special delivery?
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open it? After all, it is a special delivery.
Yes. Of course.
I never saw anyone so afraid of a letter. Who's it from? Joan, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing.
Don't tell me that. You look as though you were going to collapse. Now, give me that letter.
No,
I said,
please,
give it to me.
No, please.
There, that's better. Perhaps this letter will tell me what's wrong. Well, it's only one sentence. I will phone you at 2. There isn't even a signature. Who wrote this note, Joan?
I don't know.
You must know, else why would you have grown so pale? I'll phone you at 2. It's almost 2 now. I'll wait for that call.
Please. You must have faith in me.
All these weeks I've had faith, said nothing, hoping you'd tell me what was wrong. Now I must find out for myself. Well, right on time. Just 2 o'clock.
Please, don't answer.
Take your phone. Take your hand off the phone,
Please,
Joan.
Keith, no.
I said take your hand off the phone. Hello? 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 No answer. Another call hung up when they heard my voice. I suppose you won't tell me who it is? All right, then. I have to leave for the matinee now. I won't be home for dinner, but when I return after tonight's performance, we'll have this out once and for all.
Please. I just can't tell you. If you'd only
Goodbye,
wait,
Joan.
Keith. I can't. Oh, darling. If only I could tell you. If only I could. But I know you wouldn't want me then. How could you? How could you if you knew? Must be he. Must be he again. Hello?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan.
You promised you'd leave me alone, that I'd never hear from you again. That was only a month ago.
Yes, I know. But then, I am always making promises I cannot keep.
You've ruined everything. My husband read the special delivery letter you sent. He answered the phone when you called a few minutes ago. How can I explain?
Oh, that should not be too difficult for a clever woman like yourself. And you are a clever woman, are you not?
What do you want? I'm tired of your playing cat and mouse with me.
I intend to call on you at 5:30 this afternoon.
I won't pay you another cent to use you. There's no end to your demands.
You may expect me at 5:30.
No.
And do not have Walker there.
No, I won't see you. I won't. Hello? 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 I won't see you!
Good afternoon, Mrs. Morgan. As you can see, I am right on time. It's exactly 5:30. This is a lovely penthouse you have. It's good to see you without Walker around.
How can you do this to me? I've never harmed you. Why do you insist on ruining my life? Why?
My dear lady, the last thing I desire to do is to ruin your life. Unfortunately, the world you and I live in being what it is, I am forced by circumstances to live by my wits.
If I give you the money now, how do I know you won't be back in another month?
Oh, that is very simple. Because after you pay me off this time, there would not be any point in my bothering you again.
What do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Morgan, that this time I want $500,000.
$500,000?
Yes. If I am not mistaken, that is what the balance of your fortune amounts to. Do you not see? Once you have paid it over to me, there would be no point in my bothering you anymore. Simple. You did not.
You must be mad.
I? Oh, no, Mrs. Morgan, not I. Come now, you love your husband and he loves you. There are years and years of happiness before you. If he does not learn your little secret, you are wise. You will turn the money over to me.
I can't. If I were to withdraw $500,000, he'd find out about it.
But there is always the chance that he won't. You do not do as I ask. I shall be forced to reveal the secret.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your sweetheart.
I won't listen.
But your husband will. And he will learn that after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum.
No, you can't tell him. You can't.
Think of what a sensation the tabloids will make out of it. And think of what people will say.
No.
Your husband would have to divorce you.
No.
Fainted, have you? That is not going to help you, Mrs. Morgan.
Martin, I just got your message at the theater. Where's Joan? What's wrong?
She's in her bedroom with Dr. Richards. It seems that she... Here's Dr. Richards now.
Doctor, what's wrong?
Keith, you must prepare yourself for a shock.
What's happened?
Half hour ago, one of your neighbors on the floor heard Joan weeping and screaming hysterically. The manager knew I was your doctor and sent for me.
But why was she weeping and screaming?
She's had a breakdown.
Breakdown?
Yes.
Well, I want to see her. I must.
Very well, Keith, but only for a moment. Mr. Walker, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here.
I understand, Doc.
Keith, you must keep a grip on yourself.
All right. Joan. Darling. It's Keith.
You stay away from me. Stay away, both of you. No, don't come near me.
Doctor, she doesn't even recognize me.
Yes, Keith,
I know who you are. You can't fool me. One of you is Mr. Benedict. Maybe both of you are Mr. Benedict. Yes. I know what you're here for, but I won't let you. I won't let you.
She's completely out of her mind.
I know you're both Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Who's this Benedict she keeps talking about? I don't know, Keith. She feels she's being persecuted by this Benedict fellow. He may be real, and again, he may be a figment of her imagination.
She's deathly afraid of him.
Yes, she sees everyone as this fellow Benedict. I tried to give her a sedative, but she grows violent when I approach.
Well, can't you do something for her?
I've already sent for an ambulance. She'd be much better off in a hospital where she can have constant medical care. Come along, Keith.
How is she, Doctor?
Well, it may be a long time before she recovers. I'm going down to the lobby, wait for the ambulance. I suggest you two stay here. Keep an eye on her. I've left the door to her room open.
All right, Doctor.
Shouldn't be more than a few minutes.
How do you feel, Keith?
Tired, if you want to know.
Well, it's only natural. These past 2 months have been quite strenuous for you. But with $500,000 and a wife who'll probably never be in any condition to ask you about it, you've done quite well.
Quite well. That's an understatement. Name one actor, living or dead, who could have given as great a performance as Mr. Benedict as I did.
You were superb as Benedict, I admit.
Superb? Why, I was magnificent. The costume, the makeup, my accent, simply perfect. I tell you, it was the greatest performance ever given. What a pity you weren't here at 5:30 this afternoon.
I'm sure I missed the performance of the age.
I outdid myself. You should have heard me. Yes, Mrs. Morgan. Your husband will learn that while you were in England in 1939, you murdered your, sweetheart. That after you committed this murder, you spent the following 8 years in an English insane asylum. It's really a pity I've played my greatest role to an audience of one.
Well, yes, Keith, but you were probably the highest paid actor in the world. I'm sure that $500,000 for 2 months' work, less my share, of course, is something of a record.
Yes, it probably is.
I hurt you, Mr. Benedict. You can't fool me.
Joan!
I know one of you is Mr. Benedict. Or are you both Mr. Benedict? Yes, you both must be Mr. Benedict. That's clever. That disguise you use, that's clever. But you can't fool me.
She must have overheard you. That brought her out of the room. Yes,
No matter how many disguises you use, I know you. No, don't you come near me. Don't come near me.
She's got a gun.
Come
Joan,
near me.
put that gun down.
I'm not going to let you tell. I'm not going to let
No,
you.
don't. Don't, Joan. Shut. You shot me.
Oh, Joan, no. I'm not Mr. Benedict. He's...
You'll never tell Keith now. Never, never, never.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Keith and Martin. Such interesting scoundrels. That fellow Keith was certainly a remarkable actor, wasn't he? But, like so many actors, he overplayed his role. With fatal results. What happened to Joan Morgan? Well, the poor woman was committed to an institution, where after several years of treatment, she recovered completely. However, she still has a deathly fear of actors. Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in the cast were Santos Ortega, Ann Shepard, and Roger DeCoven. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Carter Coal Company and the dealers of Olga Coal present
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are well through the first month of a new year. Next thing you know, the winter will be over and you'll be thinking about a supply of that good Olga coal for next winter. But first, let's face today. There's still a lot of cold weather ahead, so go easy on the Olga, folks, and make it last as long as possible. If your dealer can't deliver it and has to give you some other kind, don't get discouraged. I want you to remember that coal with the name spelled O-L-G-A. Your friend, the Olga coal dealer, will do his best for you, and so will the Hermit if we give him a chance to start, so here he is.
Murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of the Professors Elixir? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
You can cut out all the falder, Professor Tondo.
I'm fed up with coming over here every night watching you peer into that red globe of yours or saying a lot of stuff over your steaming kettle.
Mrs. Harold, please. You're interrupting a very important part of my experiment.
Stuff and nonsense. I want results.
You'll have them, I assure you. Patience, my dear lady. Patience.
Oh, what do you mean, patience? Didn't I pay you $500 3 weeks ago in advance? Haven't I been sitting here night after night waiting for you to do something you promised you'd take care of weeks ago?
Please.
I'm beginning to think you're nothing but a faker. Just an ordinary faker. What you going to do now?
What am I going to do now? My dear lady, I am about to perform the last step in the cycle.
Well, it better be good, or else you'll get no $3,000 from me.
It is boiling. Into this kettle of boiling water, I drop this white powder. The white powder made from a formula understood by no one but me. It explodes in the boiling water. Now, see? It sends forth a strange, sweet odor. We are surrounded by blue flames. Some of them reaching out as if to touch us, to lick our hands, our faces.
Say, what is all this?
This,
what is it?
Mrs. Harold, is the last step, as I told you. This is the kettle that contains the elixir of death.
Oh, yeah?
The elixir of death. Yes. And though the blue flames reach out as if to touch you, they are in reality burning for Justin Harold, your husband, whose life at this instant is counted in minutes. His life on this earth is almost over.
Oh, you'd better be right, Tonto. You better be, I say. I've had enough of this stuff. My nerves are so edgy I could scream. I want it over and done with.
I told you, my dear woman, that such miracles as mine cannot be performed in an hour, a day, or a week. You wished your husband to be banished from this earth. I am about to accomplish it. Now I stir the elixir to hasten the procedure. Now, come closer, Mrs. If you look into the blue flame, perhaps you will be able to see what I see.
Oh, nothing doing. You don't get me any closer to that boiling stuff.
As I look closer, I can see Justin Harold. Yes, I see him. He's seated at a table. He is surrounded by books. He's in a library. And on the table at which you see him, there are cards and a small board.
Yeah, I know.
Someone is seated across the table from him.
Sure, it's Gail Baxter, his friend. When I left the house, they were playing cribbage.
That's it, playing cribbage. That's it. There is a pained expression on your husband's face. He doesn't seem to feel well.
Well, go on.
I must stir the kettle again. Now I can see clearly each step. Very true. Your husband is not himself. And just now, he is putting his hand to his heart. He is trying to hide his distress from his friend. He doesn't wish him to know that he is suffering. He puts his hand to his white hair. Straightens up in his chair. Yeah, he's trying to throw off the spell that I'm putting on him.
Hurry up, will you?
He's resumed playing the game of cribbage. Closely. You will follow each step as the elixir does.
Well, what have you got, J.H.?
Let's see. 15-2, double one of 8 is 10. 15-2, 15-4, 15-6, and 6-8 are 12.
Well, now, let me see. 15, 2, 4, 6, 8, and a double run of 8 to 16.
Oh.
J.H., what's wrong?
What do you mean?
You can't hide anything from me. I know you from way back. When you're not feeling well, you're not able to disguise it.
I'm all right, Gail.
No such thing. Want to go on playing?
Of course.
J.H., Where did Linda go tonight?
I never know where Linda goes. Not anymore.
Well, I'm going to ask you a very personal question. Now, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but after all, we've been friends for a good many years.
Ask anything you wish.
Are you still in love with Linda? Are you?
Well, it's not easy for me to answer that question, even to an old friend.
Well, what's gone wrong now? What's holding it up? You said you were going to stir that stuff and hurry things up. If you don't get it over with soon, I'll walk out of here. You'll never get the $3,000.
Your husband's friend is delaying my work.
What do you mean?
He seems to be holding him to it.
How can he if you're as wonderful as you say you are?
That will do, Mrs. Harold. I am Professor Kondo, holder of the formula of the elixir of death. I do not take insults from anyone like you.
Well, make that elixir of yours work.
Never fear. It shall. As long as the blue flames rise, the end is near for the one under my spell. It will work. Only now, your husband's playing partner interferes.
Oh, if I'd been smart, I'd have had to put Gail Baxter out of the way, too. Maybe old fossil.
It seems that he is asking your husband questions.
What questions?
I do not know.
Well, if you can see them, why can't you hear them?
I cannot explain. I do not hear conversation. Here. He's taking a change now. Justin Harold reaches out to put the little peg in the little board. But he cannot reach it. He draws his hand back. The attack is coming on. It's coming on. Blue flames are surrounding him. I see.
J.H., what is it? Justin.
Oh.
I'm going to call a doctor. Your face is as blue as a lake.
Wait. It's too late. I know it.
Here, get over on the couch, Justin. Here, now let me help you. That's it. Now, easy, boy. There we are. All right. Get your legs. There. Now, where do you have pain?
I can't say.
Your hands are hot like burning coals. What can I get for you?
Nothing. I know there's nothing. Gail.
Yes, J.H.
You asked me a little while ago if I still love Linda. In a way, I do. She is beautiful. She is young. I married her. I thought I could lift her up. Oh, it's like heavy fumes are choking me.
Now, don't try to talk.
I must. Gail, recently, I have been afraid of Linda.
Afraid of her?
Yes, very afraid. A strange light in her eyes. Strange actions. The way she has stared at me. Her long absences. Gail, if anything happens to me...
Well, nothing's going to happen to you.
Listen, I have never changed my will. But I still love Linda, in a way. But if anything happens to me, I want you to see that there is an investigation.
What sort of investigation, J.H.?
Have my body analyzed. Find out if I have been... Find out if I have been poisoned.
Justin. Great Scott, he's unconscious. J.H., I'm going to call a doctor.
Well? Answer me, Professor Kondo. What is it?
Before I answer you, my dear lady, I will have the remainder of my pay as agreed to in our bargain.
What are you talking about? You know very well I haven't that much money with me. If I took that much money out of the account all at once, I'd have to explain to J.H.
I must have the rest of my money.
You'll get it. Give me time. If you'll tell me what's happened, I can tell you better when I can pay you.
Very well. I can report to you that Justin Harold is no more. He is no longer a resident of this earth. That frightens you, eh? Frightens you to learn that what you wish to accomplish has been carried out?
Stop it.
How about my money now?
As soon as everything's over, I'll be over here to pay you.
Very well, Mrs. Harold. See to it that you complete your bargain. For if you do not, I assure you the punishment you will receive for your failure to do so will be most tragic. Most tragic.
You're my lawyer. What you standing around with your two wobbly legs staring at me for? Get me out of here. Pronto, you hear me? Get me out of here before I smash this hoose out of smithereens. They can't hold me. You know I didn't poison J.H. What do they think I am, an upskull?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Take it easy. Take it easy. That's all you've been saying for the last hour. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Where were you when I needed you? I phoned. I couldn't find you. So what happened? They make me come along like a nice little girl for investigation. For questioning. Investigation. Questioning. For what? You know I didn't poison him. Now get me out of here.
If you'll calm down long enough to allow me to talk, I'll explain. We're arranging for bail right now.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? I've been so mortified in all my life. You realize that all the time I was in the limelight, I never had one bad piece of publicity? Now you let me get into this. This terrible mess.
Linda, you know that your husband asked Gail Baxter to have an investigation, that he expressed a fear that maybe he'd been poisoned.
Ah, stuff and nonsense. I don't believe a word of it. It's something that old fossil Baxter cooked up. He's always hated me, been jealous of me. And believe me, I'm going to tell the reporters that.
You aren't going to say anything I tell you not to say.
Oh, is that so, Mr. Davis? Well, let me tell you that for letting me rot in here for hours, I'm very liable to find myself another attorney.
Is that so, Mrs. Harrell? Then let me gently suggest to you that there are times when I'm a little bit worried about you.
What do you mean?
There are times when I'm not so sure you've been leading such a noble life. As a matter of fact, I'm a trifle worried over the report that's going to come back from the State Library.
That's going to be one on you. A big laugh on you. For I know.
What do you know?
I know they'll never find any poison. Never. They'll never find out what killed Justin Harold.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Russ Wilder, your late evening commentator. Well, first, the investigation into the mysterious death of the fabulously wealthy Justin Harold of this city has been closed. And his beautiful blonde wife, Linda Harold, former nightclub entertainer, has been absolved from having anything to do with his death. No poison was found in the dead body of Justin Harold. As a matter of fact, his sudden death still remains a dark mystery. For though it's been explained that it no doubt was from natural causes, there is still the baffling question of why his face and hands were such a startlingly blue color at the time of his death. Gail Baxter, close friend and crony of the late Mr. Harold, who was with him on the night of his death, has also been released from all questioning. So tonight, the beautiful blonde Linda is a wealthy widow and a free woman. And now for more local news and interest. It seems that...
So you are a free woman, Mrs. Harold. Free to come and pay me what you owe me. The balance of $3,000. And perhaps even more later on. If you do not search me out tonight, if you do not knock on my door, well then, there are the tragic consequences. Oh, yes. The tragic consequences.
Linda Harold, who plotted the death of her husband, is now a free woman. Yes. Will she pay her debt to Professor Tondo? Will she search him out and settle her bargain? Or will tragic consequences fall her lot? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
You don't want any tragic consequences to fall your lot, then one way to avoid them in heating your home is to prevent heat wastage in every possible way. I have some more suggestions on how to get the most heat out of that good Olga coal and keep down to a minimum the amount of heat escaping outdoors. For one thing, you may have noticed cold drafts coming in around window and door frames. Well, that can be prevented by caulking the cracks outdoors with a caulking gun that you can rent from a hardware store or borrow from a neighbor. You can also save heat by repairing insulation on the heating pipes in the basement if it gets damaged. That will prevent heat loss down there. An insulating jacket on your hot water boiler can also save heat, and it saves fuel to drain off any accumulated sludge at frequent intervals by drawing off a bucket of water through the tap at the bottom of the tank. Clean water heats with less fuel. Another simple but effective precaution is to avoid leaky hot water taps by replacing the faucet washers often. Incidentally, you can save fuel by using hot water sparingly, and any unused room that you can close off can save about a ton of coal a season. Just shut off the register or radiator if you have warm air or steam heat, but be sure to drain the radiator if you have hot water heat. But let's save the hermit any further waiting now and let him go on with his story.
It is 2 nights later, and as we resume our story, we hear the buzzer ring. Someone stands outside the door of the spacious penthouse occupied by Linda Harrell. Someone dressed in a dark coat. Someone whose face is half hidden by the dark hat he wears. He waits a few seconds. He presses the buzzer again. Listen.
Remove the chain from the door, Mrs. Harold.
I don't want to see her. When I'm ready, when everything's settled, I'll find you.
Let me in now.
Get away from my door. Don't you know it's dangerous to come here? They may still be watching me.
Don't you know, Mrs. Harold, it is dangerous for you to keep putting me off? Have you forgotten my elixir?
Get away.
It will work on others as well as your husband. No one who comes under my power.
Oh, I don't believe all that stuff. You're just a fake. My husband died from natural causes.
So you don't believe, huh? I will go home to my laboratory and prove it to you. Good night, Mrs. Harold.
Now, wait. Come on in. All right. Take a chair.
I presume you have invited me in because you are going to pay me the remainder of the money coming to me.
Ah, listen. Can't you understand English? I told you I'd pay you as soon as I had it, and that's that.
Don't tell me, Mrs. Harold, that you haven't a paltry $2,500 with which to pay off your just debts.
I haven't got anything until the estate is settled. Can't you savvy?
Is it possible that such a wealthy woman as you has no access to borrowing?
Where am I going to borrow it this time of night? Leave me alone, can't you? I'll take care of you when I get ready.
I don't like being put off. When I'm dealing with those in the hire of the devil, I like to watch them very closely.
Say, what do you mean? How dare you say a thing like that to me? It's you who belong to the devil. It's you who talked me into getting Justin ill so that he'd die.
Dear lady.
My hands are clean, I tell you.
No spot of blood. No damned spot. Huh?
I don't know what you mean.
If the world...
If the world knew you'd be the one who'd be in the spot.
Yes. And when I explained about you, your part...
Oh, who'd believe a faker? Hey, what goes on?
I don't follow you.
Don't you smell it? The same odor that was in your place when you poured the powder into the kettle.
Yes, it's strange. I believe you're right.
Oh, you brought it in here with your clothes. Now get out of here. Didn't you hear? The paper spoke about the strange odor that was in the room of the house when J.H. died. If they should come here and smell it again, they'd start investigating.
It's quite possible. No, quite impossible. And yet, I'm not mistaken. See, the room is bathed in a blue light.
Look, over in the corner, the blue flames. Blue flames creeping along the wall. Do you see them? Do something about them. Set them out.
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
They're creeping all around the wall. They're coming closer. Stop them.
Look closer. Look into the heart of the blue flames, Linda. You look, Professor Tondo. You can see me as clearly as when you watched me in your laboratory. As you watched when I died. Look. The blue flames are on my hands. I'm coming closer. Nearer to those who plotted my death.
It's his voice.
I'm coming nearer.
Stop him. Get him away from here. Tondo, use your power. You can trap the flame.
Professor Tondo has no power over those out of his power. I am one out of his power who has returned to have my revenge. There is no escape from the blue flames. The blue flames that surround me will not die. Enter now into the realm of the blue flame from the elixir of death. There is no more help for you than there was for me. Tondo is gone. And now, Linda, There is you.
No.
Only a few seconds left.
Just save me.
I am powerless to save you, for I am the blue flame burning until you and Professor Tondo are both banished from Earth. Only then can I rest in peace. Only then will the flame be quenched.
Don't touch me. My face. My hands. My body in the fire.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Russ Wilder, your late evening commentator. A sequel and final tragic chapter was written last night to the death of Justin Harrow. For now there are 3 deaths. One, an unknown man upon whose body there was no identification, and the widow, beautiful blonde Linda Harrow. The unidentified man and Mrs. Harrow were found in Mrs. Harrow's penthouse apartment, both dead. Both bodies the same splashing shade of blue as was the body of Justin Harrow when he died. It was as if the golden hair of Linda Harrow had been washed in blue and then burned by flames. The eyes of the unidentified man and the eyes of Linda Harrow were open wide, as if each had beheld a strange and horrible horror, and the room was filled with a weird, sickening odor, the odor of 1,000 deaths. And so the mystery grows and remains unsolved.
And to all but the hermit, and those who enter into his cave, it will always remain a mystery. But those who heard me tell the story know that Professor Tondo and Linda Harrow died from the elixir. The professor compounded himself for others. An elixir that devoured those who used it. An elixir of Satan's laboratory. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on.
You have just listened to the 404th story by the Hermit, made possible through the courtesy of the Carter Coal Company, producer of Olga Coal, and your friend, the Olga Coal dealer. That word friend is full of meaning for you these days. The dictionary defines it as one who entertains for another such sentiments of esteem, respect, and affection that he seeks his society and welfare. Isn't that just about a perfect definition of the man who looks after your coal needs? I don't really have to tell you that you can trust your Olga dealer to look out for your interests. You know he appreciates your patronage and wants to keep you on his side. Sure, I know. Nowadays, he can't always give you as much coal as you'd like, as promptly as you'd like it. He can't always even give you the kind of coal you'd like or the size you'd prefer. But you can count on him to do his best. In these war days, that's all anyone can do, so don't shop around for coal. That does no good, just causes a lot of confusion. And above all, don't get panicky about deliveries. After all, these shortages are never as bad as you think they'll be. You're still eating and wearing shoes and clothing, aren't you, in spite of what you've heard? Well, the chances are you'll not freeze either. And remember the reason for all the shortages. What you don't get is going to help those boys of yours and ours at the fighting fronts. By saving every bit of coal you can, you're doing your part on the home front. And remember, when you do order coal, ask for Olga Coal, spelled O-L-G-A, by name. Olga Coal is a good buy because of its smokeless, dustless, economical qualities, so keep on asking for it. And keep on buying war stamps and bonds till it hurts the enemy so badly he'll throw up his hands and surrender. Buying war stamps and bonds is one way that everyone can help win the war regardless of age, health, means, or occupation. Every penny you citizens of the United States and Canada put into war stamps and bonds weighs the balance that much further in our favor against the Japs and Nazis. Buy war stamps and bonds, and don't stop until the enemy gives up.
And the Hermit has more stories for you. Listen in again next week for my hounds howling. I'll tell you the story of Mysterious Return. Have a good Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental. Jack Lellman speaking.
The term guardian angel has been so much used as a mere form of expression as to have degenerated to a term of no meaning whatsoever. But the mysterious adventures of Walter Haskell and the Chinese Society of the Black Drakes makes one wonder and think that perhaps guardian angels do deserve more thought and investigation. The scene is Sydney, Australia. The time, July of 1935. A group of businessmen are staying at Walter Haskell's home, where preparations have been made to embark on a business deal that will take most of the party to Persia. The house stands back from the highway, a clear 100 feet of lawn stretching away on every side, and the estate itself 4 miles beyond the outskirts of the city proper. Haskell has just signed an important paper, and only his signature to the last and final paper is required.
Well, Walter, everything seems pretty well lined up.
Yes, Alec. Can't see much possibility of a slip-up now.
No doubt at all in my mind but what the thing will be successful. In fact, it can't fail.
Oh, Mary.
Yes, sir. Coming, sir.
Some tall, cool glasses, Mary, I think are in order.
Oh, yes, sir. I have them almost ready, sir.
Someone at the front door.
At the front door? Impossible. I've been standing watching here by the window. Well, someone's there, all right.
Oh, but the master, Mr. Haskell, is busy. I'm sure he doesn't want to see anyone just now.
Who is it, Mary?
A Chinese.
You know me, Master?
Yes, I know you.
I have come to warn you, Master. Do not go to this far land if you would live.
What?
As before, Master, I warn you, do not go to this distant land. It will mean your death.
Yes?
Well, what the dickens is the idea? Why, where did he go?
Well, out the door.
I know that, but he isn't walking down the driveway. And how did he get out here all the way from town? No motor car at the gate. Walter, what's wrong?
I'm all right. But the deal's off.
Oh, I say now. Oh, you can't back down now. You're not going to let
I'm not going contrary to the warning of the Black Drakes.
Well, not afraid, are you?
No, nothing to be afraid of. But I'm not such a fool as to run contrary to sound good advice.
But who was this old Chinese?
Sit down, fellows. I'll explain.
It certainly needs some explanation.
Over 30 years ago, when I was second officer on one of the castle boats, we were tied up at Shanghai. I was on my way back to the boat when I saw a little Chinese struggling with a couple of toughs on the waterfront. I ran down the street and threw my weight in with a little...
No. Take that, you little blighter. Take that.
Lay off there, will you?
Hey, who are the blazes you coming in here?
Well...
Oh!
Well, I think that settled them. They won't bother you anymore. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't talk Chinese.
The thanks of the Society of the Black Drakes is yours.
Society of the Black Drakes? What are they?
Oh, that, Master, is not to be explained here. Come with me.
Come? Where?
In here. This doorway.
Haskell steps into the semi-gloom of a room rich with oriental hangings and pungent with the sickly sweet odor of jasmine and joss sticks. Before a huge joss on a carved ebony table, a tiny blue flame curls upward. Haskell is conscious of vague, shadowy forms surrounding him, but the atmosphere makes him sleepy, unwilling to keep awake or fight off the drowsy feeling stealing over him. For a moment his senses brighten as he sees a beautiful woman walking toward him. a white woman. She raises her hands in welcome. Her voice seems to come from far off, a voice musical like the tinkle of a bell. And at the sound, Haskell feels himself sink into the cushions before the altar, and then oblivion.
I have no recollection of what happened until next morning when I awoke and was told that I had been made a member of the Black Drakes. One of the first things I noticed was this strange ring which has been placed on my finger. It is the ring worn by all members of the Black Drakes. Months passed and I forgot all about the matter until one day in Liverpool I was making ready to sail on the Empress of Rawnpaw when I heard a knock on the door. Come in.
No sail on boat, Empress of Rawnpaw.
But I must sail. Why, I booked passage.
You sail this boat, you not come back this place no more. You not come back any place no more.
Hey, what the deuce do you mean?
No can say more. But more better, you no sail that boat.
Listen to me. After all, Why, he's gone.
Haskell looked down the passage, but no signs of the Chinese. He started for the boat, but at the foot of the stairs, a Chinese stepped out of the shadows. At the next intersection, another representative of the Black Drakes. At the docks, as he went to his cabin, voices, figures, warnings, soft, sibilant voices whispering in his ear.
You no sail on that boat. No sail that boat.
No sail Empress boat.
No sail Empress boat.
We'll be right back with more of this unsolved mystery right after this. And now let's return to Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
In a daze, I left the ship and returned to my hotel. I thought my mind was going. All the way to the ship, these voices in my ears. But on my return to the hotel, everything was quiet. I was afraid to go to a doctor, in case he'd tell me I was losing my mind. But 3 days later, I picked up the newspaper, and there was a report of the foundering of the Empress of Rawnpaw.
Great Scott, man. That could be coincidence.
Certainly, nothing else but coincidence. Yes, that's what I thought. Or at least, that's what I tried to convince myself of. But about 5 years later, some friends invited me to spend Christmas with them at Dundee in Scotland. I went to the ticket office, bought my ticket, and just as I turned away from the window...
No go that train.
You again?
Oh, yes. Anytime danger threaten you, I come.
But, now listen, a train is just...
Oh, sorry, one time save life of one of member of Black Drakes. Every time you make mistake, I come speak. You no need be afraid. Only when then danger come you... Black Drakes must help.
But I promised to go to Dundee. I can't leave my friends.
You go another train. This train too much danger. I
started to argue, but the Chinese had disappeared. Well, I don't know whether or not you fellows have ever heard of the Elliott disaster, but in any case, the train I would have taken was in that wreck. And that can't be called coincidence, because there have been too few wrecks on that railroad to measure coincidence.
Well, that is a bit startling, I admit. But even so, this deal is different.
Wait. It doesn't make any difference where I am or where I have been. I've been warned. I'm used to it now, and it doesn't scare me. Even during the war, when I was on leave, I cut my leave short 24 hours and sailed on an earlier boat. The boat I would have sailed on was torpedoed.
Well, I think it's carrying superstition to too great lengths when you grab a perfectly good business deal.
So you think. But don't forget this. If I am saved by not going to Persia, so are you. And a fat lot of good a business deal is if it costs you your life.
And your mind's made up?
It certainly is. I am not going, and that's that.
And 6 months later, these same business associates were gathered in Haskell's home, marveling over the fact that they all owed their lives to the warning of the Black Drakes. For in the tiny village in the hills of Persia, a group of fanatics had run amok and killed every white man in the vicinity. The white men who had taken over the business deal that Haskell had given up because of the warning of the Chinese guardian of the Society of the Black Drakes. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the Society of the Black Drakes. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the home of a world-famous magician, fortune-teller, and astrologer, to whom Walter Haskell went for information and a possible explanation.
You must understand, Mr. Haskell, that your case is no rare exception.
You mean that other people have had similar experiences?
Well, decidedly. In the first place, from the beginning of time, nations as well as people have had their fortune-tellers. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Syrians, the Israelites, all had their soothsayers.
Then you think that the Society of Black Drakes is descended from one of these old seer societies?
Perfectly possible. I myself am a member of one of the oldest in the world, and many times I've received good advice from them.
You mean warnings?
Well, I don't think that warnings, as you term it, is a definition. They give you advice. Well, let me demonstrate. Take a suburban street. One automobile parked halfway down the block. A child playing with a ball in a driveway. In another driveway, a man is backing out his car. He doesn't see the child. Now, Mr. Haskell, if you're about to drive down that street and the child's ball is going to roll out in the roadway, what's going to happen?
Why, I don't know.
Are you going to hit the child?
No, I'll swerve to the other side of the street.
Then you'll hit the car backing out of the driveway. If you succeed in avoiding that, you'll hit the parked car. Not much prophecy to that, you'd say. But if I stopped you at the end of the block and said, don't go down that street or you'll be involved in an accident, you'd call me a fortune teller and a good one.
Yes, I see what you mean. And that's how the Black Drakes warn their members?
Yes, they work out the possibilities of any happenings from information at their command.
Suspense. Tonight, as we open a special limited series of 5 Friday night performances at this hour, Suspense brings you an incomparable study in terror. It is Edgar Allan Poe's The Pit and the Pendulum, and a new setting as a radio play especially written for Suspense by a contemporary master of the art, John Dixon Carr. As star this evening, we bring you a noted actor of the New York stage, Mr. Jose Ferrer. And as usual, Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Sick unto death with that long agony. And when at length they unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt my senses were leaving me. The sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged into one dreamy, indeterminate hum. Yet, for a while I saw, but without terrible an exaggeration, I saw the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies on the walls of the room. I saw the flames of the 7 tall candles which burned on the table. I saw the lips of the black-robed judges, and these lips appeared to me white as paper, white as horror. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name.
Jean d'Albret. Captain Jean d'Albret.
Good fathers, gentlemen.
We hear you, my son.
I am very weak and infirm. I have been confined for many months in a dungeon. I have been tormented by nightmares.
Conscience, one trust. Pray silence, Fra Antonio.
Even now I have no knowledge of where I am or to whom I may be speaking.
You're speaking to me, my son. I am Fra Pedro de Espidia, Friar of the Dominicans of Segovia, and Grand Inquisitor for all Spain.
Is this the court of the Inquisition?
It is.
Then God help me.
He will help you, my son, if you trust him.
But I am a French officer.
That is true. A soldier and creature of the arch-fiend Napoleon Bonaparte.
But a French officer nonetheless. A prisoner of war. By what right do you try me in this court?
Let the clerk read the charges against this prisoner. Pray silence while the clerk reads the charges.
The charges against the prisoner are as follows. Imprimis, that he is one Jean d'Albret, a captain of artillery in the army of Bonaparte, so-called Emperor of the French.
This means nothing. As the prisoner says, it is no crime. Proceed.
Item, that on the 4th day of September, in the year of our Lord, 1808, the said Jean d'Albret did wed, espouse, and marry that most noble lady, the Donna Beatrice Valdez, niece and ward of the illustrious...
One moment.
Your Excellency spoke.
Fra Antonio, was any cheat employed to trap this girl into marriage against her will?
No, we have no actual evidence of any cheat.
Was the girl of age?
I believe so.
Then wherefore is the prisoner here? This marriage was a deplorable thing, if you like. Bonaparte himself is almost at the gates of Madrid. His General Lasalle menaces our city of Toledo itself, but lawful marriage, however regrettable, is no sin or crime.
There are other matters in the indictment, I think.
Then continue, but give us nothing that is not material.
Item, that on the 12th of October, 1808, the said Jean d'Albret, being in command of a 5-gun battery of light artillery, did direct the fire of his guns against the Holy Church of St. Martha the Innocent, and thereby of his wicked malice destroyed that church utterly.
Captain d'Albret, is this charge true?
Yes. You admit it. Good father, hear what I have to say. If you recall, the church blew up.
Would you boast of your sin, young man?
It blew up because it was stored with kegs of gunpowder for your army. I had every right to fire on it.
And that is all the defense you have to make.
I tell you, I had every right to fire on it. By military law...
Is military law above God's law?
I don't know. I did my duty. Long live the Emperor.
Captain d'Albret, hear the sentence of this court.
Must I stand up to hear it? I'm very weak.
So, you may remain seated.
I thank you most humbly.
Had your offense been any except this, the Holy Office would have been merciful. Mark what I say. No man, however great his heresy, is ever condemned to be burnt in the fire.
Fire! 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 Fire!
If he first recant and acknowledge the error of his ways. But for you, Jean d'Albret, there can be no mercy, no pity, no atonement. The only sentence of this court can be
death, death, death.
The secular government arm to which we must release you has devised 2 ways of punishment in cases such as yours. You hear the tolling of bells.
I hear them.
It is the procession of the condemned going to the Auto da Fe.
Soon the yellow light of the flames will stream through the windows
and flicker on floor and ceiling.
Nunc in hora mortis intuis manibus, Domine.
Most of those condemned, out of mercy, will be strangled before they are burned. It cannot be so with you, Jean d'Albret. You must die in one of 2 ways. Either with the direst of physical agony.
A slow fire of green wood. Ice bandages about the head and heart so that the fire does not approach too quickly. Not
be
too...
silent, Fra Antonio.
I cry your pardon, Grand Inquisitor.
Or else, Jean d'Albret, you must die in a certain other way.
I'm done with this. Pass your sentence and let me go.
The law does not permit me to tell you now what this other way is. It must approach you slowly and force itself into your mind. It must stalk you like a tiger. It must bring you face to face at last with the King of Terrors. The sentence of this court.
I had swooned, yet still I will not say that all of consciousness was lost. There are shadows of memory which tell me indistinctly of tall figures that lifted me and bore me in silence down, still down, until a hideous dizziness oppressed me at that descent into the earth. There was a vague horror at my heart because of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then consciousness swam back to my wits again. Darkness. Stone floor and darkness. Oh, Beatrice. Oh, my wife.
Did you call me, Jean?
Beatrice. Was it you who spoke?
Yes, Jean.
You here in the dungeons of the Inquisition?
I am not really speaking to you, my poor Jean. I am only in your imagination.
Am I mad, then?
No. But your brain is fevered. You only think you hear me.
I hear you clearly. As clearly as I once heard you.
In the little church near the Ebro, where we were married.
I destroyed that church, Beatrice. I had to. It was my commanding officer's order.
I know, Jean. Be comforted. There are those who care.
You won't leave me?
As long as I am in your heart, I shall be here.
I was strong once, but now I am weak. Once I was reckless. Now I'm afraid. Where am I, Beatrice? What are they going to do to me?
I cannot tell. Remember, my voice comes only from your own brain. Are you fettered?
No.
They have not chained you to the wall?
No. They've taken away my uniform. They've given me sandals and a robe of what feels like coarse serge. But I'm still free. Free.
Take courage, Jean.
Free and in the grasp of the Inquisition. Beatrice.
Yes, Jean.
It is completely dark. There's hardly any air. I dread to get up, and I dread to stretch out my hand. Suppose they burnt me alive.
Courage. Can you stand up?
I think so.
Then walk. Walk as far as you can. Measure the limits of the cell. If this is not a tomb...
You're right, Beatrice. As always. I'll try.
Courage.
Yes, courage. I'll pray for a poor devil who always meant well. 1 pace. 2. 3. 4.
You are very weak, Jean. Rest a moment.
Yes. Where are you now, Beatrice? In the flesh, I mean.
You know that, Jean. In the old house by the olive grove. Scorn of my people.
Yes, I know it.
Each morning, I climb to the hilltop and watch.
Go on.
Sometimes I think I hear gun fields rumble in the hills and long moving columns with the red dust rising about them.
Go on.
First come the heavy cavalry in plume-crested helmets, on their flanks wheeling like hawks, light hussars in blue and scarlet, and behind them in a glitter of bayonets as vast as light points on the sea, rank upon rank, the long gray coats and tall bearskin caps of
the old guard and the Grand Army.
It is only a vision, my dear one. They do not come.
Will they ever come, Beatrice?
I cannot tell.
Then I must face what has been prepared for me. Beatrice.
Yes, Jean.
I tried to walk. I took some steps.
Oh, yes, yes.
In which direction? I can't remember.
Are you facing the same way?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Then walk again. Try. Keep your hand in front of you.
Yes. This robe impedes me, and the floor is treacherous with slime. I'll try. 4 paces. 5. 6. 7.
It can't be a tomb.
8. 9. 10.
Look out!
I'm all right. I felt the rope grip me. But
what is it?
my hand is in front of me, lower than my face. But I feel nothing.
Nothing, Jean?
It's a pit, a circular pit. And I fell on the very edge of it.
It would have made you walk into it.
There's a loose fragment of rock just inside the edge. If I can dislodge it. Listen. down there.
Rats, it may be.
Rats, yes. But something else. I heard it move.
So do I.
Accident saved me. They would have had me plunged there symbolically like the descent of the soul to keep company with something else. And quick death forms no part of their plan.
What is in the pit, Joe?
I can't say.
But you are saved.
Saved, Beatrice. Saved from the Inquisition. My torture has been merely postponed. Sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, I know not. But when I opened my eyes once again, I could see. Yes, see. My prison was large and lofty, its walls formed of massive iron plates bolted or joined together. A wild sulphurous luster, I could not trace its origin, lit up the dungeon. And the circular pit, and the crudely daubed skeleton figures painted in evil colors on the iron walls. Skeleton figures, demon figures, gargoyle figures, their colors a little blurred as from the effects of the damp. And I
must approach you slowly and force itself into your mind.
It must stalk you like a tiger.
It must bring you face to face at last with the King of Terror.
I now lay on my back, and at full length, and on a low framework of wood. To this framework I was securely bound by a long fastening resembling a surgical bandage. Bound? But why?
Why?
The bandage passed round and round my body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm. With much exertion, I could supply myself with food from an earthen dish on the floor beside me. It was meat, highly seasoned, and there was no water. Beatrice, where are you?
I am here, Jean, as always.
Your voice sounds stronger.
Does it, Jean?
And I can see you now. I can see you as clearly as I saw you months ago.
Oh, I wish it were true.
Your bonnet and the parasol you carried in summer, and the high-waisted blue dress.
You are weaker, my dear, and more fevered.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, Jean.
They must have been here while I slept. They have bound me. Why? Stop those voices! Stop them!
Mine too, Jean. I am not here either, you know. Don't drive me away.
Beatrice, look!
Where?
At the ceiling of this room, 30, 40 feet up. What do you see?
Painted on the ceiling. A figure of Father Time.
Anything else?
Father Time carries no sign. He carries instead what looks like a gigantic pendulum from an ancient clock.
About one thing I swear I'm in my right senses. I saw that pendulum move.
Painting cannot move.
Yet I saw the pendulum did. It swung a little, back and forth, just like a real pendulum.
Try not to trouble your brain.
Father Time is not like those other paintings daubed on the walls, the imps and devils and skeletons. That pendulum is real. Beatrice, take care.
Take care of what? You are not looking at the pendulum now.
Take care of the rats. The rats from the pit.
I see them.
They're swarming out in dozens. You can see their glitter. One of them ran across the hem of your dress.
Did it, Jean?
What do they want?
They have caught the scent of the meat in the dish beside you.
I'll get it. Go away, you bird.
Throw your hand above the plate, Jean. Move.
Beatrice, where are you going? I can hardly hear you.
You are sending me away.
I'm sending you away.
My poor loved one. You can't bear to see the rats running about my feet, can you? Even when you know I'm not here.
Beatrice!
It is true, Jean. You are sending me.
Yes, it's true. Go! In a cell swarming with vermin, there are others I had rather see here. I had rather see...
Did you call me, Captain Dalbray? Then in spirit I am here.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me?
No.
I am that second Inquisitor, Fra Antonio, whom you thought unfair at your trial. But we were not unfair. We administer the law, that is all.
Go, I command you, go!
Not until I have first told you what you already guess.
Which is?
As the Grand Inquisitor said, There are two forms of death for such as you. One, death with its direct physical torture. The other, death with its direct mental torture.
And I have been condemned to the second.
Your guess is good. Listen. Do you hear anything?
Yes. I hear something.
Turn your eyes upwards. Look at the ceiling.
Huh? The pendulum.
Aye, the pendulum.
It has descended.
Only a foot or so as yet. As you notice, it is not really a pendulum.
No?
No. Its underside is a crescent formed of razor-sharp steel. A ponderous weight, Captain Dalbray. Its movement is slow now. But soon it will take on momentum. It will swing wider and wider. 30 feet, perhaps. Presently, as it swings, you will hear it hiss. And with each broad movement, it will creep a trifle lower.
Steel is directly above me.
Yes, above the region of your heart. Lie still and look up at it.
How long before?
You need have no immediate fear. It will not be too soon.
But how soon? In the name of pity, give me some answer.
Hours. Perhaps days. Its motion can be arrested while you sleep. And now, Captain Dalbray, still in spirit, I leave you to your meditation.
Minutes, hours, days. Down, steadily down it crept. Days passed, it might have been many days, before it swept so closely as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. To the right, to the left, far, wide. The shriek of a gathered spirit. To my heart with the stealthy pace of a tiger. Down, certainly relentlessly down. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself up against that swinging, glittering death. No avail. Down, still unceasingly down, still inevitably down. The sharp steel flashed past within 3 inches of my chest. And then, only then...
I heard you calling, John. I am here.
It is a strange thing, Beatrice. I am quite calm.
You are resigned, then?
No, that is the strange thing. Even now, I am not resigned.
Is there a way out?
How can there be? 10, 12 more vibrations and it will fray the serge of my robe. One slightly as a razor in a delicate hand. There will be many sweeps before it bites deep. I can't escape it. And yet... I could only... use my wits.
You kept me away from you, Jean. You locked me out of your thoughts. If I am here only in your thoughts, why should I fear the rats?
The rats? What? Do they still swarm here?
Across the floor and over the meat platter, they have taken nearly all your food.
They're rats. And they have sharp teeth.
Well...
The meat is oily and spiced. If I take what remains of it, scatter you, vermin, and rub that meat on the bandages that hold me here.
Try it, Jean, try.
Maybe too late. If I move my body a fraction of an inch up.
Try it, I tell you, try.
Look, they scatter as soon as I do try.
But they are watching you. I can see their eyes glitter. They are creeping back.
And I stand with that crawling across the end of flesh.
One of them has leaped on the wooden framework. Another follows. They are gnawing at the bandage.
Heaven, 8 more sweeps of the pendulum.
Does the bandage give way?
A little.
Lie still, Jean, lie still.
Heaven, a dozen rats gnaw. Is death, I wonder, worse than this?
A dozen sharp knives would do no better. The bandage is loosened to ribbons. If you move sideways, carefully, and drop to the floor.
Beatrice, I can't. I haven't the strength.
If you're afraid you roll a minute more, will be too late. Try.
And with all the cowardice that is in me, and the hatred that I bear my enemies...
Emilio. The pendulum stopped. They are drawing it back up through the roof.
Each move I make is watched. You never doubted that.
No. It was all they could do to you. They have failed twice.
They will not fail a third time, my dear. There must be no more dallying with the king of terrors.
What else can they?
I can't say. See how the rats gnaw and silence the bandage. To what food, I wonder, have they been accustomed in the pit?
But you escaped the pit.
I escaped it once. Listen.
What do you hear?
Groaning, a grinding as of metal.
It's only the cogwheels of the pendulum knife.
I think not, Beatrice.
Why not?
It seemed to come from behind these iron-plated walls. It seemed to shake the dungeon as a millfield might shake it.
Stand up, my Jean. Get up off your knees.
I can't, Beatrice. I can't endure any more.
The paintings on the wall of this dungeon. The skeletons and the imps and devils. They seem different.
They are different. The colors sharpen, grow bright. The demon's eyes glare. The skeleton hands outstretched. Don't you catch even yet the odor of heated iron?
Heated iron?
You've been much humbled, but I won't have you sitting in tears. I order you to go.
Jean, in the name of heaven.
Yes, in the name of heaven. Go! Suffocating heat pervades the prison. The deeper glow settles in the painted eyes that glare at me. I could draw no breath of air into my lungs. Against the loom of that fiery destruction, the thought of the pit and its coolness came like balm. I staggered to the edge of the pit. I look into it. The enkindled walls and roof lighted to its depths. Yet for one wild moment, even then, I refuse to believe the meaning of what I see.
Does the pit please you, Captain Dalbray?
You again.
Do you find its contents pleasing?
Not the pit. Merciful God, anything but the pit.
And how shall you avoid it? Look!
This dungeon has changed its shape.
That is true. The walls are closing in. It was formerly a square, and now...
Backing slowly towards the center. To force me into the pit?
Of course.
It will force you along with me.
And apparently you must be told, Captain Dalbray, that you are speaking only to your own sick fancy.
No.
We are not here at all.
No.
Farewell.
And now, flatter and flatter through the red-burning walls, with a swiftness that left me no time for thought, I shrank back as the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold. I screamed once. I tottered on the edge of the pit. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast and of many trumpets. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell changing into the abyss. It was the arm of General LaSalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies.
Suspense. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Tonight you heard Mr. Jose Ferrer as star of The Pit and the Pendulum. First in a limited series of 5 Friday night performances at this hour, which will present radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight's radio play was adapted by John Dixon Carr from the famous short story by Edgar Allan Poe.
Jose Ferrer will soon be seen with Ingrid Bergman in Joan of Lorraine. Appearing tonight with Mr. Ferrer were Jeanette Nolan, John McIntyre, Elliot Lewis, Joseph Kearns, Eric Snowden, and Paul McVeigh. Music for Suspense is under the direction of Lud Gluskin, with original music composed by Lucien Moraway.
Next Friday, same time, we will again bring you Suspense.
is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. This is the second in a special limited series of 5 Friday night performances of Suspense at this hour. Suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are stories calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you Mr. Jackie Cooper as star in The Clock and the Rope, a radio play by Lewis Pollock. We trust that with this tale, we shall once again keep you in suspense.
Would you like to hear the old story about the innocent man facing execution and his last-minute attempts to get a pardon? And how it feels when he doesn't get it? Well, I can tell you all about it, because that's my story. There's a couple of different twists to it, of course. There always are. For one thing, it happened to me. Now I keep away from people. I keep away from cities and buildings. Buildings with the cells they call rooms and the doors that don't always open. I never button my collar. You'll find out why. I earn my living as a guide for hunting parties. Me, who couldn't find my way across a city park. I never sleep indoors. And I can't stand clocks. Most of all, I can't stand clocks. It happened so fast. I told them it wasn't murder. It was self-defense. Involuntary self-defense, like putting up your arm to protect yourself. But it didn't work out that way in court. That's the other different twist I told you about. They convicted me. They sentenced me to be hanged. And they hanged me. I was night man. My job wasn't hard, and to me, interesting. Sell a little gas, do the rough strip down for some repairs that had to be done the next day, take care of any transient overnight parking. Then this girl started dropping in for gas every other night or so, late. I liked her style, but I was too shy to say anything, and I guess she figured it. She'd sit with a sort of a little smile, half turned in her seat, and watch me while I filled the tank. Then she'd pay me and pull away with a funny look in her eyes, like she was getting a kick out of the way I acted. Then one night, instead of pulling away when she paid me, she spoke.
Oh, come on, open up.
Huh?
Say something. I've been here 20 times. You can say a word or two, can't you? You know, hello, or it's a nice night, or it ain't, or...
Oh, well, I didn't know that you wanted me to.
You're a funny fella. I didn't look like I didn't want you to, did I? Or don't I know my looks anymore?
Oh, sure. Oh, well, can I get your windshield here?
Tell me, did I hear somebody call you Hank the other night?
I guess you did. My name's Henry. Henry Guilford.
Did your girl call you Hank? Haven't you got a girl?
No steady girl. Is that what you mean?
I don't mean anything. Anyway, what would you be doing with a steady girl working here every night?
Well, I get one night off. Go to a dance or something.
Oh, you get a night off.
Oh, sure. Hey, say, you like to dance?
I have danced.
Well, I'm off tomorrow night. You ever go to the Arcadia? They got a good band there. Forget who it is this week.
I'm sorry, tomorrow night isn't my night off.
Oh.
But I get off at midnight, though.
Well, gee, the Arcadia closes at midnight. All the big dance places close at midnight.
Well, we don't have to have a big place, do we?
Well, no. No. There's the Owl Inn out on Trapscott Avenue. They run late, have a pretty good little band and booths and everything.
That'll be fine.
I'll pick you up at your job.
No, I'm way at the other end of town. I have to drive my car back anyway. Suppose I meet you at the hour. I'll be there a little after midnight.
I'll be there.
Okay. Okay, see you.
Yeah, see you. Oh, say, hey, what's your name?
Bye-bye. Bye.
Well, that next night, around 11:30, I caught the trolley going out along Trapscott Avenue. The motorman was old Steve Hoffman. He'd known me since I was a kid. And he ribbed me about my new gray suit, and especially about wanting to get off at the All Inn. Said I was stepping out in fast company. Well, we got there in about 20 minutes, and I started up the driveway, kind of thrilled at the idea of a midnight date. I was just starting up the steps to the inn when I heard voices coming from a grove of trees to one side. It seemed to be a quarrel, so I instinctively glanced that way and saw a man and a girl talking. The girl was my girl. She was saying something.
Nobody, I tell you.
Don't give me that stuff. I followed you all the way out here. Who are you meeting?
Nobody.
Who are you meeting?
Oh, Joe, I told you nobody.
Don't lie to me. Who are you meeting? Hey, come back here.
Hey, what is this?
Get out of my way, will you?
Look, this is...
What's you, Hank?
Look, here, I'll help you up. I'm sorry I got in your way, but I...
There. So this is the guy, huh? Swell.
Hey, now, what's going on?
Anybody, huh?
Hey.
All right.
What did you get him for? Joe's got nothing to do with you. Get up, Hank, and run. This guy is just crazy.
Crazy? Well, go call somebody. Now, wait a minute, fella. Look, I don't know what this is.
Oh, Hank, will you get out of here? Run.
You want more? How I got it right here for you.
Hank, it's a blackjack. Will you run, please?
No, wait a minute. Now, listen, fella, you're drunk. Here, put that away. Now, somebody's going to get... Let go. Let go of that.
You don't grab
Let
that.
go.
Get out. Get out him, Hank. Get him. Get him again. Get him.
I did it, I guess. Hey, who is he?
Oh, he would have done worse to you. We used to go together.
Oh, I didn't know you had a steady fella. I thought we made our date.
You didn't ask me. Besides, we were breaking up. He had no right to interfere.
Well, what do we do now? I mean, about him.
You better go. I'll take care of him.
No. You mean leave him here with you?
Please go, will you? There'll be more trouble if you two of you... Go ahead, will you, Hank?
Well,
I'm going to leave right away, too. He'll be all right, honest.
Well, okay, I guess.
He'll be all right. Joe.
But he wasn't all right. He was dead. I knew about it hardly 2 hours later. She didn't come and tell me. The police came and got me. And they didn't learn about me from her either. They didn't know anything about her, and they acted like they didn't want to know.
Sometimes you punks aren't as smart as you think you are.
I wasn't trying to cover up, I tell you. I wasn't.
All right. Why did you walk home? You rode out there on the trolley. Why didn't you ride back?
I just wanted to think, that's all.
Sure. Hello. Of course, you weren't thinking about how maybe the motorman wouldn't remember taking you out there if you didn't ride back.
No, why would I do that? I've known old Steve Hoffman all my life. That I found out.
I told you, you aren't as smart as you think you are.
I'm not trying to be smart.
Okay. So you hit him in self-defense and to save the girl. Now, what's her name?
Her name? Gee, I never got it. She never told me.
You mean you had a date with a girl and you didn't even know what her name was?
Well, yeah. Well, I asked her. I seen her often. Well, she didn't tell me.
Are you sure there was a girl?
Of course. Now, who did I have a date with?
Maybe just with the guy you killed.
I never met him before. I don't even know him.
You just don't know anything, do you? Well, I'll ask you a very simple question. I'm sure you can answer this one.
I'll try.
How much money did you take off the man you murdered?
How much money?
Yeah, how much? But where is it? His pockets were turned inside out. You went from self-defense to help yourself.
They pushed me around some after that. They'd take me to court and then back to my cell. Half the time I didn't know what was going on. They gave me a lawyer, Mr. Hall, Bailey Hall. He'd do the talking. He kept asking for things like reduced bail, time for further investigation, continuances to find witnesses. Just sort of stalling all the time. I don't know why. I told him I didn't have any money for any bail. And witnesses. There was only one I wanted, that girl. But he kept on, always trying to hold up things. And one day he told me I'd been indicted. I knew what that meant, all right. Then I had to go on trial for murder.
It's bad, boy.
I've done all I could to delay indictment and trial and hope that something would turn up, but we're in for it now. I wish you could give me something more to work on.
What do you mean?
Well, this girl you can't even name. I can't go into court with just that. The police feel certain there never was a girl. There's no trace of her anywhere.
Well, maybe she'll show up.
Show up? My boy, you've got a lot to learn. I'd hate to bet my case on a hope like that.
That's all I got.
Whole case smells. A man is killed and his pocket's emptied. You admit hitting him. You talk about a girl who saw you hit in self-defense. You don't know her name. She doesn't show up. The police can't find her. It's a great case for the state.
Mr. Hall, that's all I know. I can't help it.
Why, George, if you'd never mentioned the girl, it just claimed self-defense or a fight, I'd like it 10 times better. It's a girl thing that's so bad, it makes your whole defense phony. Good Lord, boy, if you made up a girl, why didn't you make up a name?
I've been all through that with the police. If you're going to talk that way, too, maybe we better forget the whole thing. Maybe you'll give me another attorney. You're none for all I care.
Easy, boy. Sorry I piped off. It isn't a new attorney you need. It's a new story. Well, I'll do my best.
Yeah, that's right. Guilford rode out to the inn that night in my trolley. On my
Speak
run.
louder, please.
Yeah, that's right. Guilford rode out to the inn that night in my trolley on my
Face
run.
the jury, please, and talk louder.
Oh, louder. I said I took Guilford to the inn that night. It was about 12:10. That's 10 after midnight, you know. Card talk. That's the way we talk around the barn. He got out and started for the inn.
Yes, well, just a minute. Did you notice anyone else around? Any girl, for instance?
Girl? No. Nobody else. Just my friend Fatty Cushion, that's all.
That'll be all.
We play pinochle together.
Thank you very much. Yes. Defense may have the witness.
As soon as we started to talk to Guilford, he confessed to striking the blows. He talked about doing it in self-defense and about a girl he had a date with a witness to fight.
Yeah. Well, now, Lieutenant, has your department been able to trace this girl whose existence is claimed by the defendant?
No.
No trace of her at all?
No, sir. No trace of her at all.
Beyond the shadow of any reasonable doubt. Now then, we come to the actual evidence, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Where do we get the evidence? From the witnesses. And who is the state's principal witness? None other than the defendant himself, Henry Guilford. But the defendant can prove his story as a witness. The girl who saw it all. The girl he saved from a bad beating. Would any girl be so heartless as to leave such a benefactor in the lurch when just a word would save him? Why doesn't she appear? Why isn't she found? But no trace of her. Not even a small-sized note. In other words, she is behaving exactly as you would expect of someone who is not real, but just the figment of a desperate man's imagination.
The defendant will rise. Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
What is your verdict?
We, the jury, find the defendant, Henry Guilford, guilty as charged of murder in the first degree.
Henry Guilford, you have...
Yes, sir. Crazy. Sometimes I thought it must be just a crazy nightmare. Like when you're going to wake up and everything's going to be all right. I was innocent. And they were going to hang me for murder. Because they couldn't find a girl. One girl who knew I hadn't done it. And you imagine how that feels? My boss at the garage and the fellows who worked there days chipped in some money. I had an uncle in West Virginia who sent Mr. Hall $50 in cash, a promissory note for another $50, And I guess Mr. Hall put up some money himself for expenses. Anyway, he kept appealing the case all the way up to the state Supreme Court. But it didn't do any good. Kept coming back with the original decision sustained, Mr. Hall said. I asked him if he was going to take the case to the United States Supreme Court, but he said he couldn't. He had nothing to justify a hearing. Guess he meant everything was cut and dried. All this time, the courts had kept changing the date. The date I was supposed to be hanged. Now, all of a sudden, I knew there weren't going to be any more changes. The last date set was it. How do you suppose that feels? I think I started to suffocate right then. There was something growing in my throat that wouldn't let me breathe. Evening of the next day, McGill, the deputy warden, came into my cell with a couple of guards. Told me I was moving. I knew where. It was down on the main floor, a row of only 3 cells. These were larger cells, more light, more convenience. This was the last stop. Death row. Now, there's a team of 2 guards who live right in the cell with you the last few days. It's one time a prison breaks down and shows a human touch, I guess. Or else they just want to make sure you don't go ahead and carry out the sentence on yourself. Anyway, whatever it was, I was grateful. Because now I was lonely. Way deep inside myself, I ached with loneliness and fear. I was afraid. Well, not like a man, but afraid of the way a child's afraid. I was going someplace. The last place. I was going alone. The thing you feel most the last hours is the time. The clock. Remembering how often you wished it would hurry so you could get off work or go out of school or see a girl or go fishing. Or you remember 100 hours like that when 6 hours is all you got left. Outside, you know, they're watching the clock, too. Not like you are, but they're watching it. All the usual people concerned with an execution, doing the usual things. Your lawyer, the warden, governor maybe, newspapermen, guards, the executioner. I know what every one of them was doing as they watched the clock that night. They told me afterwards. Now I'll never forget it. Clocks all over the state, ticking away my life.
You know, you ought to get some sleep, Warden. It's only 5 hours away.
I know. Oh, I wish I could lose this pain in my chest for a little while. I think I'll just lie down here on the couch.
Why don't you do that, Warden?
Yeah. What time is it?
Oh, it's coming up 1 a.m. Been feeling bad all day?
Not too good. I got this thing in my chest. I suppose it's nervous indigestion.
Could be.
Yeah. Had it a couple of weeks, as a matter of fact. Oh, I'm exhausted. This is a tough job, McGill. And every time it gets harder. Takes it out of me. What do you think of young Guilford?
Nice kid.
Yeah. Yeah, nice kid. He sounds like he's... Well, that's not up to us. It's not up to us. Well, I'll try and get some rest.
Yeah. When shall I call you, Warden?
Oh, make it an hour beforehand. 5 o'clock.
Hello. This is Bailey Hall. Yes, I'm Guilford's attorney. Look, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I need... You're who? Well, where have you been all this time? What? Yeah, now look, you're not just some crank that's after publicity. I know. It's for 6 o'clock. Where are you? Well, wait for me. I'll be right down. We've got about 2 hours. I've staked my reputation on it, Governor. This is the girl. At least it deserves a stay of execution.
It's true, sir. Honest, I swear it's true. I've been away. I've been in Mexico. You just don't read the papers there. I just hadn't heard about it till tonight, but it's just as he said it was. Self-defense.
Please, sir, it's after 5 o'clock now. Can't we get...
What about the money that was taken out of the dead man's pocket?
I took it. I needed it. I didn't know he was dead. He was drunk. I had every right to the money, honest. He'd been my husband, and...
Well, very well. Richards.
Yes, Governor?
Type out a stay of execution on the Guilford case for 3 weeks. Bring it in, and I'll sign it. You can take it down.
All right. You better phone the warden to make sure, though, Governor. The boy's only got about a half hour left.
Warden's office. Yes, this is Warden Barnes. What? Well, put him on, of course. Yes, Governor. Young Guilford? Well, oh, you don't say so. Why, that's splendid, Governor. Yes. Yes, I'll let them know right away. Yes. Oh, McGill! Victor!
Yes, Warden,
What? Harry, Jack, come in here quick.
What's the matter? Something's happened to the warden. Let me get him up on the couch. That's better.
Looks like a stroke.
Yeah, you better call the doctor, will you?
Sure. Phone off the hook.
Oh, never mind that. Call the doctor.
Must have been the strain of this execution.
Warden.
I think he kind of liked the kid. What's the matter with his phone?
I'm afraid there's no hurry for the doctor. The warden's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. It's 5:30. I'll have to take over for the execution. Gentlemen, please. It's now 10 minutes to 6, gentlemen. In a few moments, you will be admitted to the ground floor of Blockhouse A, where the scaffold has been erected and where the execution, which you are to witness as newspapermen and members of the medical profession, will take place. You'll find rows of benches. Please take your seats quietly in any of the rows except the first, which has been reserved for members of the Medical Examining Committee. We ask you to cooperate with us in our duties and to respect the solemnity of the occasion by moving quietly and refraining from any loud conversation from the moment you enter until you leave. Thank you.
The minister was reading from the Bible when the outer cell block door clanged. I knew it was time. They were coming for me. This was it. There was a group of guards. The deputy warden was with them. They opened my cell door. One of the guards came straight up to me. He was carrying a leather strap with a big buckle on it. I stood up. I felt him strapping my arms behind me. The minister stopped reading for a moment to say something.
Steady, my son.
We'll go now, Guilford.
I started to say something to the deputy, but he nodded his head at the men when we started to move. The two guards who'd been with me in the cell stood back. One of them reached over and let his hand fall on my shoulder for a second. I tried to say goodbye. I walked and realized they couldn't breathe very deeply, though I wanted to. Just short breaths were all I could take. The deputy turned around once and looked at me. He seemed nervous. That bothered me. I wished he wasn't so nervous. When we got to a door in the corner. Through that, and another door that was already open. I walked through, and I was in a room full of men. But my eyes went to something else. There were steps just ahead of me. Unpainted wooden steps. It led to a platform, and from above that, I saw the rope.
I'll walk up with you, my son.
Huh? What? The guard who was waiting worked fast. He moved me into position. The men in the room were below me now, looking up. There was a movement among them. One of them had fainted and his neck fell over. He landed hard. I wondered if he'd hurt himself. Then I felt something over my head. He lifted it and came down over my head. Somewhere inside of me a scream began, but my lips were closed, and I was just saying to myself, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Don't put any calls through here. What, huh? But you know better than to ring the phone now. Guilford's on the scaffold. What? Governor's messenger at the outer gate? Well, are you sure it's not? The trap is sprung. McGill! McGill! Stop this apartment! Stop it! Stop it, McGill!
No, a man doesn't always die right away when he's hanged. They talk about the neck being broken and death coming instantly. No, not always. Death doesn't come for a long time. For some men, it's nearly 20 minutes. For others, it may be less, but never under 12 minutes before the heart stops. You can check on that. Me? I was only up a few seconds. They cut me down, and the doctors worked on me right on the wheel stretcher that was waiting to carry my body out. No, I didn't lose consciousness. I sometimes wish I had. I sometimes wish I had gone then instead of being brought back to remember every bit of those last hours. There was a new trial after I was on my feet again, but I don't know what was said. I was free. I saw the girl, Judy. I know her name now, and I thanked her. Neither one of us knew what to say after that, so she just went. Yes, I never sleep indoors. I never button my collar. I don't like buildings, any building. It's got stone and steel and hold you in. I want to be out here where I can see the sky anytime I open my eyes. And I open them often. I think too much when they're closed. I hear the clock. The clock.
Suspense. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Tonight you heard Mr. Jackie Cooper as star of The Clock and the Rope. This was the second in a limited series of 5 Friday night performances at this hour, which will present radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Jackie Cooper appeared by courtesy of United Artists. Appearing with Mr. Cooper were Kathy Lewis, John McIntyre, Elliot Lewis, Joseph Kearns, Paul McVeigh, Junius Matthews, Wally Mayer, Lester J., and Jack Crucian. Music for Suspense is under the direction of Lud Gluskin, with original music composed by Lucian Morawek.
Next Friday, same time, we will bring you one of the most remarkable studies in suspense ever to be presented in this series. Mr. Dan Duryea will be our star in The Man Who Couldn't Lose. Don't forget, next Friday, same time, listen to Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.